on the side.
Are we allowing to talk to?
And then,
Well, and then promote.
To panelists? Okay.
Yeah. Well, is that how I get promoted?
Yeah.
I've always wondered. Yeah, but there's no pay
You're good.
increase.
Okay, thank you.
No
You can
worries.
close that panel once he's over if you want.
I checked my check.
Not the little, yeah, there you go.
That's it.
Close.
How about reviewing our license, renewing the license, or close that?
um,
I'll get rid of that too.
just-
Notice the word before adjourn.
Am I doing it?
Right now.
Oh, there it is. There you go.
All right, are we ready to roll? Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Township Adjournment Committee of the Whole and a discussion on special waste. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9 o'clock. If I understand it correctly, this meeting is being broadcast but not being recorded. Just for-
That's not like technically how technology works, but we're live right now.
we are live.
Just,
I hope
Yeah.
so.
Okay,
Barely.
all right. We are live and we are alive and all those good things. And speaking of good things, in the spirit of reconciliation, we wish to acknowledge the enduring relationship between Indigenous peoples and the territories they traditionally occupied. We recognize and deeply appreciate the historic connection they have to this place, the land, the water, the sky, and all that live on, in, and above it. We are grateful for the opportunity to meet here, and we thank all the generations of Indigenous people who have taken care of this place and who continue to care for it. And we want to show our respect. Hundreds of years after the first treaties were signed, they remain relevant today. May they guide our decisions and our actions. We commit to learn, to educate, to honor sacred places, and take action towards real truth and reconciliation. And I want to add to that today, this is a land acknowledgement, and we are acknowledging the land that we're on and our responsibility to take care of that land. And I think that has to be in the back of our mind as we have our discussions today. That one of our goals has to be the environmental responsibility we have to take care of our waste, to properly dispose of our waste. And I think it's a responsibility that we, not only as council, but as township, as district, and as residents, have to understand that we have that responsibility. All right, with that, any declarations of pecuniary interest or conflict of interest?
Just general.
And open forum, I presume we don't have any open forum. And therefore we go straight into waste management. And I don't know how we want to do this. I mean, whether I should have a little lead off and then throw it over to our facilitator, or if you'd like me to do that. All right. Before I introduce our facilitator, I just want to give a little quick overview. I called this meeting in part as a consequence of some correspondence of, must be a month and a half ago now, I think. Thinking that the best thing we can probably do as a council is to get together and talk to this matter, because I think what has happened over the last 5 years or so that this has been on our agenda is we've had lots of conversations, often individual conversations, individual research, both of councilors and others, and a lot of talk back and forth. But we, other than issuing a couple of the resolutions that we directed to our district, we haven't really, we've done a heck of a lot more, I'll call it complaining than suggesting, if I can put it that way. And I want us to have hopefully a good conversation today. And I don't want us today, if you'll excuse the expression, for this to become a bitch fest. You know, there are things that we can complain about past services or past decisions or past frustrations. I don't want to get into that, nor do I want us to get into specific, precise examples of one individual resident has complained about this or another that. I want us to look at the overview and try to determine what we think might be the best way going forward to handle solid waste, what's best for our residents, what's best for our environment. And from that, to try to determine how we can then achieve it. We may have frustrations with the approach that the district takes or the province takes to solid waste. We have to decide, okay, is there a battle that we want to fight there or not? I don't know, because I don't know how this conversation is going to go today. But I think I can list half a dozen facts of where we're at now. But I can tell you that I think it's important for us to understand that if we do nothing, and by the way, we are in full right to do nothing, in that it is a district responsibility, not a township responsibility. But if we do nothing, we know the district will remove the marina bins and the roadside bins and replace that with a number of waste depots, because they've said that's their plan. They may assist marinas if a marina is interested in getting ECA to have a collection site on the marina. I know they went through that last year with a marina that went through the whole project, got their ECA, and then the new owners decided not to use it. But they just removed bins altogether. So we know what the default is. And so I think what we're going to try to do today is to say, okay, do we have any suggestions on how to improve that plan, how to better serve our residents, how to better serve our environment as we go forward? Just as a little side note, I went along with our CAO and our Director of Sustainability. We went over to Port Carling, went via the South Gibson Lake Road waste depot. Couldn't find any evidence anywhere, which I knew was going to be the case, of any organics collection. And for anybody who's hauled their garbage from their cottage to a collection point, you know that the worst thing to haul is organics. It tends to take up half the volume. It tends to take up 90% of the smell and probably 80% of the weight. And yet the waste depot doesn't have that. I think that's one of the things we have to think about is how do we best address organics? And we know we already have a proposal on that and an action plan that we as the township took. But I think that's important, things like that. It's important for us to understand that over half our residents are water access only. And about, I'm guessing it's 20%, because I'm not sure the precise figure, but it doesn't matter, are on private roads that a garbage truck at this point is not willing to go down. That leaves only maybe 30%, maybe a third of our residents with roadside pickup, which is an unusually low compared to almost every other municipality south of us or even to some degree north of us. So we know all that. So now I'm going to introduce Mr. Linton, Kelly Linton, who is our facilitator, who has been given some background information on all this. And I'm going to leave it up to you, Mr. Linton, who comes back with a long history of working in municipal governance as an elected official and as an employee. So you know some of the challenges we were facing that way. And I'm going to just turn it over to you and let you lead this discussion. And I'm hoping by the end of our discussion today, we'll feel like we're we've narrowed down some possibilities that we want to explore further. Or, if I'm allowed to fantasize, that we've actually narrowed down to a possibility that we seriously want to pursue. Over to you, Mr. Litton.
Great. Well, thanks very much for having me here. It's a pleasure for me to be here, and I love this part of the country, and it's good for me to talk to you about this. You guys are the experts in this. I don't come with solid waste experience. I was warden for the Wellington County, so I was part of the solid waste committee, but there's no resemblance to what we did in Wellington County with the challenges that you're faced with here. So when I talk to Greg, the purpose and to the mayor, the purpose is to provide an opportunity for all the council to pull themselves up and focus on this issue, and having kind of an independent person come who can ask the dumb questions, who can try to keep some focus here, and try to pull together some common ground among council about some viable options. I know this is going back ways, and you've been dealing with this for a long time. So I have, over the last week, I've looked at all the material that Greg has sent through, and I know a significant amount of work has been done here. And so we want to make sure that we're building on that. And I recognize it's a district responsibility. So what the township can do is limited, but it sounds like they're really looking to see what the township wants to do here, as long as it's within a cost envelope. So we're gonna go through. I'm gonna pull up my screen and let you know what I have for an agenda for today. It's fairly flexible, and hopefully we can get out of here before the wind starts coming and blows us all over. It sounds like it's going to get bad, but the agenda I have for today, part one, what's the problem? I know I don't want to insult your intelligence, because you've been marinating in this problem for a long time, but I still think it's important for us to identify what are the root causes, what is the challenge that we're facing. So have a bit of group discussion on that one. Then we're going to get into part two. What does success look like? And we're going to do a bit of a sticky note session, so you can have individual time to put things down and see how we have some common ground. Describe the elements or features of a successful solution. So based on that, and looking down into the future, what features we want to see and what features would make this work, we'll build some very simple design principles. And we'll use those principles to create or evaluate options. So to make sure that we're looking at things in a balanced way. And then the third piece is, so what are the options? So we'll have some good individual stuff and some group discussion. And then hopefully we can get to starting to evaluate using the design principles that we've identified. Maybe we can use those to look at some of these options and how are they measured against these design principles. And then we'll see where we get to, and then we'll wrap things up, man. And part of the work that I'll also do, and I mentioned this to Greg, is take a ton of notes and pull together things and try to synthesize things after the meeting and see if we can get something here that gets us moving down the field. I've a little bit about Linton Consulting, based in Elora since 2004. Anybody been to Elora here?
Oh, yeah, many times.
Have you? Oh, good. Lately?
No, not in a while.
Yeah, come soon, because some of those images, a friend of mine took those pictures. That's the new Elora Mill. It was ranked the #1 spa in Canada. And so a lot of downtown revitalization. It's beautiful, and I've been there. I grew up there, moved to Mississauga and worked downtown Toronto for 10 years, and it's said, screw this, I'm going back to small town. So I went back down to Elora. Yeah, so we love living there. Measure of the success for my firm is we get asked to come back and do other things, and we want to enjoy working with our clients, and vice versa. We want our clients to help work with us. I've done a ton of strategic planning in this last year with municipalities, organizational reviews, design. I just finished up organizational review with the archipelago last week. Actually, I presented to the council for the second time, so hopefully that's done. Business process redesign, program services review, and performance measure. So most of my experience is with municipal government. So that we've been doing that since 2004. I took a bit of a break from consulting for the last 4 years because I was the warden of Wellington County and the mayor of Center Wellington, so I couldn't do any consulting for a bit. 2 terms as mayor of Center Wellington, so that's Fergus, Elora. It's about 30,000 people. So as part of their council for 12 years. So I know the fun things that being in the fishbowl of local politics is all about. 2 terms as warden of Wellington County, and then 8 years as a member of county council. So I get the differences and the layers of the 2 tiers of government, and sometimes where there's that conflict there. I ended up doing my master's in public policy way back in the mid 90s, so that goes way back. and I'm a Montreal Canadiens fan.
We have a problem.
you are
Any friends here? Any
We're doing
friends
really
here?
well.
Yeah, especially because last night your team beat up on my kids' team. My kids with the Coyotes. We have a sore spot there.
Oh, that's good. I'm happy to hear that. And there hasn't been a whole lot of W's this year, so
Well, you finally got one after
well,
5.
that's good. Well, I know. So I bring some consulting experience with a real live political experience. So really, I've been in the process of being a head of council, and through COVID, which was a lot of fun, trying to get as much common ground as possible, drive towards solutions, and so hopefully I can work with you today to do
Quick
that.
question.
Yeah.
So just to understand lower tier and upper tier, so Warden of Wellington County is the upper tier, is that, have I got that right?
Yeah,
And then the other one was, Center Wellington was part of,
that's right.
thank you.
That's right. Yeah, so that's how I could do both. So, as a mayor of Center Wellington, I'm automatically a county councillor,
Right,
and so then I was elected by my peers to be warden for 2 terms. So it's a
Thank you.
2-year term.
okay.
I know every county district does things a little differently. That's why I was asking how you guys do it here. So yeah, so Wellington County is a 16-member organization. It's 110,000 people. So it's kind of at the getting towards a region. Like it does a lot of stuff that regions do, but it's still called a county.
But it has nothing to do with either Kitchener, Waterloo, or Guelph, or
Names.
it's really just north of there.
Yeah, well, Guelph's like the donut hole inside of Wellington County. So
Okay.
the Wellington County's head office is in the city of Guelph, but they're separated.
So it would include Aberfoyle and places
Yeah.
like that? Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. So that's part of
I went
Pusslish.
to Mouillou, so that's why I was asking.
Oh, okay,
You know
yeah.
what Mouillou is?
No.
So,
It's across
Oh,
the
I
street.
went to Guelph too. Yeah.
Mouillou cows, you know?
We call it
Muyu. Okay, Muyu.
Us
I
guys
didn't
from
catch
Matt
Muyu.
call it goo.
Yeah, I went there for political studies and
I went
public
for Matt
policy.
College too.
We just called it well. How boring.
Do you?
Only a couple rules for today, as far as I'm concerned. Most people do not listen with the intent to understand. They listen with the intent to reply, but not today. Second one, be respectful in expressing your points of view and active listening to understand. I think that's basic stuff, but we all have to be reminded of that. I was part of a council as well, and we didn't always get along, and this is something I always had to tell myself. So I want to go around the room first. I'm always interested in why people run for office, political office, especially municipal office. So I want to ask you that question. So let's go around the room for a sec and give me how long you've been councillor here, what your occupation is, and why in the world did you decide to run for office? Stephen,
Oh, you guys start with me.
Yeah,
See, if I had more time, you'd get a bit of a better background. So for those of you who don't know me, my name's Steve. Redcoat.
Nice to
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Yeah.
So my background is much more, it's not in municipal affairs, but I have worked for this Metro Toronto government years ago, so I have had a bit of an understanding about how government works. But mainly what brought me to council this last term is actually the threat of losing the bin sites in our area and no plan to replace them with anything. So there was, and there still is, a number of people who are in the community very concerned about what that will mean for them, water access properties, bringing garbage across in their boats and then into their cars and then into some other location is arduous, as many people in this room know. So trying to come up with a plan that doesn't involve taking it all the way down to the Baxter Ward transfer station was key. So community members on our lake and around the area kind of nominated me to be the one to bring this forward. So I took the mantle, and that's primarily the main reason why I joined the council here today, or this term.
Mayor.
Peter Coots here. I've been mayor here for 5 years, I guess, 5+ years, and I was looking for a job. And I decided to run for office as my next job, having quote unquote retired from a administrative accounting job with a manufacturer that I held for 29 years. A little bit unbelievable. And based on numerous volunteer organizations, based on one of our counselors here, Peter, planting a seed maybe 10 years before I decided to run. And being on the committee of adjustment, I just said, okay, let's do it. And at the time when I signed up for mayor because Peter, who was encouraging me, was already running for the district councilor. And it was Kathy Kay, I guess, who was running for the local. And I knew her for years as a colleague on a cottage association. I said, no, I'm not running against them. I'm running against the seat where nobody's decided to run. But of course, after I decided to run for mayor, then the prior mayor decided to throw his hat back in. And he's never regretted losing, or at least the way he tells me. But that's how I ended up here. And it had nothing to do with garbage at the time. But that was introduced fairly quickly thereafter when district all of a sudden came to us and said, we got to get rid of the bin sites, which everybody figured had been working for decades. And but that they weren't quote unquote licensed, and therefore they had to go. That's my background in a quick nutshell.
Great.
Well, I'm Brian Bocek, and this is my third term on council. I guess it's 10 or 11 years, I'm not sure. Why I ran, I think would be, there was a voice that wasn't being heard in my ward, and that was the permanent residents. They had no voice whatsoever. And they came to me, and then I kind of got the feeling that I might do it. And then the cottage associations came to me and asked me, and then the previous Bruce Hanson came to me and asked me, and the district councilor came and asked me, so I said, yeah. So I ran against some people and I got elected, and I learned everything by the seat of my pants coming through. Tried to stay true to why I ran, and here I am today. And that's it. As far as the solid waste thing goes, I have my my feelings on it, but I'm sure you'll hear them throughout the morning.
Okay.
My turn. Hi, Al Hazelton,
Keep it short.
but I'm not. Okay, lifetime of sales and the computer technology business, but also a lifetime of volunteering for cottage associations. So our family started up at Go Home Lake, and we were up there for about 30 years, and I got dragged into the association board membership as a late teenager. Stayed there until we left the lake. Immediately joined the board in Honey Harbor when I got down to Honey Harbor. Did 12 years as president of the Honey Harbor Association, and I was told that the next step in life was you go from president to area, councilor. Our mayor was former president of the Honey Harbor Association as well. He got into the mayor slot. I get into this slot here as an area councilor. Why did I run? At the time, there were environmental matters. The rep who was at the time was the local councilor, was doing nothing to support the interests of the community. And so I was asked to step up and provide a voice to represent people. And those issues were not garbage because they didn't exist then. So in 2019, when the garbage issue raised its head, I did what I normally do. I did an enormous amount of research, talked to all kinds of people, learned all kinds of things, but we have not been able to advance really any of that research and knowledge prior to today. And I have circulated some additional information that is not necessarily definitional, but as our manager of the waste business from the district said, it gives you interesting insights into where we have problems in the township that nobody knows about because the district doesn't do this granular level of analysis. And so I would say that the one sheet in front of you now gives us some insights into the locations of where we have problems in the township. And not that one, the other one with the more columns. And it should give us an opportunity to start understanding. The district labels the entire township as a problem, but they have never gone to granular level and said, well, where are the
Okay,
problems?
let's not get into bad mouthing district.
I'm not.
Yeah, that comes later.
No, I'm just saying they haven't gone to that level of analysis. I have facts that I think will help us get to a better state. But this is just one example of, why did I become a counselor? Well, there are lots of issues in our township that I have learned need to be championed, and that's kind of my role is to champion those issues.
Good, thanks.
I think I better
Go to
allow
Christian.
our fellow on the screen, because he's actually physically a little bit next person along here, so that's okay.
Sounds good, yeah. Christian?
And I get the pleasure of looking at all of you instead of one of you. So Councillor Christian Graziano here, first term counselor. I'm the CEO of a HR consulting practice here in Toronto. Why did I run? Upon moving into the area, geez, now it's been quite some time. I quickly identified some policy accountability and services gaps, and I thought that we needed a younger counselor to also represent the constituents that are turning over with the younger demographic and the younger residents. So here I am the baby of the group, and I take that with honor. So thank you.
Thanks, Christian.
So I guess it's my turn, and we're very happy to have a baby. But essentially, a few things I'll say, and I certainly don't want to kick the district at the moment, other than to say we're here because of them and having this discussion. There's been some real misunderstandings, but why am I here and how did I get here? Been on Georgian Bay my entire life. It started at 2 weeks old. Family been on the bay since the late 1890s. I represent the coastal area of Georgian Bay, so almost all my constituents that I try and represent are water access community, and so that's sort of the territory that I took on, and I took it on because I'll not even get into my business background, but I was in business, but as a volunteer, was very active in an organization called the Georgian Bay Land Trust, board member, director of fundraising, chair, and I wanted to find something else to help my community. So as I stepped down from being the chair of the land trust, I decided to run. So I started in 2014, been at it for a little while now. So it's been an exciting time. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm in my second, Steve Jarvis, counselor for Ward 2, which Councillor Cooper is part of that as well. So my community is entirely all water access out on the lake. And I retired from private industry back in 2009, got involved with my local garden association initially, and then came on here. But my primary issues at that time were planning issues. And they still remain planning issues. And that's what got me very much interested in participating in council. The previous councillor for my ward decided to retire, and I was convinced to take on that role. I needed a job, got me out of the house, which was a good idea.
You did it for the money.
Yeah, I needed it for the money. Yeah.
Oh God, yeah, the money, that's awesome.
But yeah, planning was the intent, was my aim at the time. After coming on to council, we realized obviously why we're here is the garbage is now an issue as well. But my community is exclusive users of the marina bin sites, so it's a huge issue for us.
Yeah, okay. Good. Thanks so much for that. Just it's nice to have a little bit of a background from folks and a lot of a breadth of skills and experience here for sure. We have no excuse to not develop some good solutions with this group. And it's interesting how many people talk about how somebody else or a group of people convinced you to run. Like I hear that all the time. But one thing that's unique is the cottage associations here. Like I saw that in the archipelagos too, how important those groups are to local council. And you don't often see that in a lot of municipalities. So that brings in a whole new dynamic. Okay, so the first thing I want us to do is to focus on the problem. And since you've lived it, what I want to do is I want to take 5 minutes, and I'd like to spring this on you because I want there to be a little bit of a time cap, but take some 5 minutes and write down your description of the problem and the barriers that you've experienced to fixing it today. I'm going to get you to share this afterwards, but I didn't send you this in advance. I just want you to, from your areas of perspective, what do you see as the challenges? I heard a number of that already in your introductions, but take the next 5 minutes to write that down and the barriers that you've encountered to fixing it.
I always find that after my fourth coffee, my hand goes a little shaky.
See, I haven't had my first one yet.
Before, well, I did before, wow, that's impressive.
You finish his first win.
I finished before you, but then I thought of something else.
Yeah, like nugget of wisdom.
I should- How many pages can we write on this?
I sat on my front deck this morning with a coffee and a cigar and wrote it all down, so I just had to repeat it all.
Is that all you came up with? That first copy or
That's
two?
everything. The problem is solved, Peter, in 6 lines.
Okay,
We can all
We
go
can all
home
go
at,
home.
that
yeah,
sounds good.
And you can
9:45.
head off to Arizona.
Solved in Port Severn anyway.
No, I
It's gonna
even,
take
I
you
even
so
got the
long.
coastal Georgian bay solved right here.
It's
I
gonna
think
take
you
you
should
so
go
long.
first.
There's only like 6 words.
All right, we good?
Yeah.
We good? Christian,
Sure.
you good? Okay, perfect. Okay, who wants so now I want in 2 minutes or less. Share your thoughts. No interruptions. Let everybody go and take turns and just share what you see as being the problem and what have been the barriers to achieving a viable solution today. So who wants to go first?
I'll go first.
Okay.
Go.
And I'm gonna
Nobody has
try
go
to
after
keep
me.
up to you and keep take some notes here, okay?
Okay. All right. People's expectations are way too high. Remove all the bins from all the marinas and make it the marina's responsibility. Have 3 depots, one in the north, one at Baxter, and one in Honey Harbor that are open 7 days a week, 8 till 4.
So you got the solution here.
Expand the roadside service. Get a food cycler in every single home in this township. Because organics don't smell, and if your car don't smell, you can take the stuff with you to the depot. And subsidize all marinas for 1 year with a 10K tax credit so that they can institute new policies and programs of their own.
Okay, so the problem part was expectations are too high.
Expectations are, I've been here for 40 years, so I've seen it all from nothing to what we have now.
Okay. So we want it, okay, next on the problem. Who wants to go next? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so the problem is, costs of the service are too high and mostly undefined. Number 2, there is a lack of customer service focus. So the service provider is not responsive to the needs of the community. And the third element of the problem is, we have a challenge of finding solutions that address the needs and the wants while being affordable, which is pretty much the cost of the service, but it's just one way of saying it. And you said the second element are the barriers. The barriers are, we seem to have a challenge looking at the problem as an all township problem and not simply a bin site replacement. It is an all township problem. And then the second barrier is the lack of district to be transparent on all of the costs and options. We have tried for, and Councillor Cooper has tried for 10 years or more to get granular costs of the services that are being provided today so we can actually make intelligent decisions, and we have never been able to get those. So complete lack of transparency from the district on the granular elements of what is going on so that we can then figure out what a forward solution might be.
Things just are better if they're not high tech, right?
I was gonna say,
think
do you
I've
want
seen
like
high-tech
painter's tape to put that up?
whiteboards and
No, I
things,
got
they
some.
just
You got
are not
some?
as effective as.
And I'm just gonna,
piece of paper.
I have solutions as well, but we'll get those later, right?
yeah, we'll get to those later. Yeah, I want us to marinate in the problem for a bit.
Is there any way to put that up somewhere where Christian can see it?
Yeah, you kind of told us
I
what
don't-
the format is here
Look like-
because I didn't understand and I gave the whole
Yeah, well, we don't tape them up yet. We can tape them up later. Okay. Yeah,
I can take
I
a
don't want,
Picture and text.
we don't, this is from
That's
a good
individual brains. Christian, do you wanna go next?
Sure, I'll chime in. So problems, garbage is getting harder to do in our township, specifically with regards to what the district is proposing, which promotes illegal dumping or left on properties for the garbage to rot, does not consider ergonomic considerations, and practically won't work for certain demographics of people, such as the short people or the elderly who can't commute in to the bin sites, and the short people who can't throw their garbage and haul their garbage around and throw them into containers whereby there's concrete blocks. Lack of value to the tax dollar collected, that's a major problem, and that's a perception issue that a lot of our residents have. Force-fed changes with no stakeholder input. And although the district speaks a good game with respect to their reports on how they're going to communicate and reach out to those that are going to be impacted by change, I, being one of the pilot project residents, didn't see any communication whatsoever. No data on how we do garbage. We don't know what we don't know. Neither does the district, and we have no data to support what we don't know and how to move forward. Lack of understanding regarding our nuanced requirements relative to the urban centers within the district's jurisdiction. Again, a lot of the suggestions are more oriented or focused on urban centers and don't consider our nuanced requirements. And some of the ones that do, and we'll discuss this later, are just not practical. The barriers, council lacks teeth when it pertains to our engagement with the DMM. We just aren't vocal enough in this matter. We're not raising this loudly. District says great things, but in practice fails to follow through on their own recommendations. We'll discuss later. Lack of seriousness on the matter, reactive versus proactive approach. So we're very much in a reactive state rather than a proactive state. And lack of facilitation on the part of our township. I feel that there's too many managers and not enough doers. So that's my thoughts.
Thanks, Christian. Who's next? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Some of this is a little bit repetitive, but first thing I wrote down was the high cost of services and too many of them. So it's the variety of services and the cost. However, some things are efficient. Our marinas have been targeted, but for the most part, they've been very efficient and very inexpensive in relative terms, mainly because they get supervision, but for free by the marinas. So it's a pretty good service, and that's unfortunate. So they're staffed. Barriers. Our current setup, district versus township, so upper and lower tier. I think we need to start with. Well, you as our municipal expert can maybe define for us. I have looked at the municipal act, and there are some responsibilities that can be lower tier as it pertains to garbage collection as opposed to dispersion. So I would like to, in terms of a barrier, understanding the realities around services and what is allowed by the municipal act. I think we need to, another barrier is to understand what's going on in Ontario. I could name, well, I will quickly, these communities that are allowed to have services like we have in Honey Harbor that are being disallowed. Victoria Harbor, Port McNichol, Midland, Penetang, Perry Sound, 1,000 Isles, Gananoque. That's just off the top of my head. And that's the problem. They can have it, we can't. Why? You could say, well, why don't we chase that down the road? I don't know. I think it's worthy of understanding it. Other barriers is that our water-based community, which is about 50% of our communities, are probably going to need service 10 to 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, because the water-based community, for the most part, doesn't come and go on Sunday night and back on Friday. So a few do, but the majority are running at all hours and all days. And when I say all hours, I think, a 10-hour service like a marina works well, and it's there. And so finally, the other sort of barriers are compliance, efficiency. We also, another barrier is we have huge amount of misuse of depots, particularly those that are accessed from major highways. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, thanks.
Let me get into the repetitive stuff. The problem is I had it was the MOECP's requirement that all unmanned bin sites be either brought up to their environmental standards or closed. And then district's blind acceptance of this means closing all sites. Another barrier would be districts seemingly unacceptance of possible local solutions to this problem. And then, as just stated by Councilor Cooper, the abuse of bin sites is also part of the issue that needs to be dealt with. What goes into the bins.
Okay, thanks, Stephen.
Steve? Yeah, I don't want to go through all of my items again because many of them already have been.
No, I want
so.
if there's duplication, I like that.
You do?
Yeah,
All right.
yeah, because I want to see where there's where
Yeah.
you're coming with common.
So I think one of the problems is service levels, expectations, and the threat of decreased service levels across the township. There's unequal and a variety of services across the township, which makes it difficult both to explain and to, I think, maintain both for the district and for us. We have lack of support, flexibility, accountability, transparency, and analysis from the district on the services they provide. And I think that for me, one of the concerns is that if the model that the district is going to take is implementing bin sites, or not bin sites, depots to replace the bin sites, their management of the existing depots has not been good. So we need to, that raises the concern that their model is broken and they're just going to replicate it.
He's hiding from you now.
I
So
know.
can you back that up?
And then I think one of the other, and this is just a comment, one of the comments from a number of people who have water access properties is, this is the only service I get for my tax dollars and you're taking it away. So that's part of that. My first comment was about expectations. And I think that's really one of our ongoing issues, is that service levels going forward and expectations of taxpayers are misaligned.
Okay.
Good stuff.
Yeah, that's good. Okay.
That's it.
Go ahead.
I basically go ditto, but of course I did it my own angle.
Yeah.
What what's the problem? The problem is, in very simple terms, the district, per provincial orders, wants to remove all our waste bins that has mostly worked for most of us for decades. In other words, they see a problem that most of our residents did not see.
Yeah.
Now, having said that, honestly, the residents weren't fully aware of some of the problems that were happening. But I think that the lack of organics collection over the last few decades is a serious problem, and for which I think we already have a very viable solution, namely in food cyclers, because and I'm looking at from that point, from the perspective of the district or any other municipality, we want to reduce the waste we produce, what we put into our landfills. And organics is a way to reduce significantly. And they haven't been doing that for this township really that much at all. We have a reality that you're a little bit familiar with from the archipelago, but most other municipalities and certainly province are not familiar with, and that is over 50% of our residents are water access only, and another 20-odd% are small private lane access. So, you know, a good 2/3 of our residents cannot be served by the conventional roadside pickup system. So I think that's very important to understand. I also think it's important to understand that we in this township have, I'm going to argue very simply, 3 completely different models. One are the residents who can get roadside. One are the residents who have road access to their cottages or homes, but not, I'll call it garbage truck access. And the third group, which is over half our population, are the water access only. It is a unique situation that has to be understood. And certainly the consultants that the district initially hired did not understand that. They didn't have a flippant clue when they thought that Councillor Cooper was within 15 minutes of a.
5.
Was it 5? I thought
He
it
was
was
a
5.
very fast boat.
Yeah,
Very fast boat.
of a transfer station, which is absurd. He couldn't even drive to the transfer station from his marina in that time, let alone get to it. So anyway, and when you pointed out a year later, they still had that same misunderstanding. So I think it's very important. That's very important. But I also think it's very important to understand that the waste systems that we have been abused. And they've been abused in a number of ways. One, as has already come up, they've been accessible to transients, people driving down the highway, like the one waste depot, South Gibson Lake Road, is literally 2 minutes off the highway. And so people coming down say, that's a great place to get rid of my garbage. They're being quote unquote responsible in the sense they're putting their garbage in a waste location, but it's on our backs. We on a per capita basis have something like 50% or more, depending upon when you count it, waste per capita. But the other abuse has been people like, for instance, all sorts of, and you made reference to commercial operations or contractors, they put their garbage in a bin if it can fit, versus going to the transfer station. In other words, they're avoiding fees, tippage fees. We know that people who have roadside collection are also using bins, either because they have too much garbage or they missed a collection day or what have you. We know that retailers are using bins. And so all these folks are being, in one sense, responsible with their garbage, but not responsible when it comes to paying their share of the costs of disposal. And I think we have to recognize that. We also have to recognize that the province doesn't understand. The regulations make no allowances for water access. Councillor Cooper made reference to all sorts of other marinas in the province that have bins. Now, in the great majority of those cases, they are actually handled by private waste services. They're not provided by the municipality. But the province can fully defend and think it's perfectly justifiable that a yacht haven has bins placed there by a licensed waste carrier. But the province, in the second breath, will say, but you can't do that at a marina that serves cottagers. So there's a real distinction made by the regulations between yachters and cottagers. Oh, and by the way, most of our cottagers break the law every time they move garbage, because you're not allowed to move garbage from one private property to another. So they're breaking, like, in other words, the province is part of the problem too. And I think we have to recognize that our solution will probably require an appeal to the government to change their laws. I think that's a real possibility. And I think we're short-sighted if we just blindly accept the provincial regulations, given our unique circumstances. I think it's also very important to note that we have one of our challenges here is I'm going to call it negativity, in the sense, and you've heard it from the others as well, in that, in summary, what the hell? Many people are saying, and it's not quite fair, but there's still a point of truth to it. They say, all I get for my money is waste collection, they're taking that away. That's a sentiment that's out there and it's understandable. We also have the challenge of, you know, the district. But look, why is it? It doesn't make logical sense that it costs, we're charged less to pick somebody's garbage up at their door, so to speak, at the end of their drive, than a common collection bin. I mean, our post office determined that so-called super mailboxes were far more efficient than going door to door. But why isn't our waste, when a whole pile of people bring it into one spot, it costs us more? It's one of it is the way that the district charges out their services. And another one is the fact that we're being serviced by a district that's based in Bracebridge, so they have to send people over for a cleanup. They got an hour's drive just to get here. You know, it's, you know, and I'm not blaming district when I say that. I just think that's a reality. You know, and I think we have to also appreciate that part of our challenge is that negativity, but at the same time, if we make changes, we have to recognize that not everybody's going to be keen on the change, and to some degree, we have to say, for instance, that if we're going to have a staffed site, it can't be staffed 24 hours a day because the taxpayers won't want to pay that much tax, and we're going to have to find that, I'll call it, balance between the level of service we can provide and the cost that is associated with it. Because I think, unfortunately, we have too many people, and this is not the majority of our residents. We have too many people who, given an opportunity to cheat the system, will, or to be sloppy, so that we have, for instance, contaminated recycling. And part of that, I blame the province, because every darn municipality have different rules about what you can put in recycling. Like, where does your Tim's coffee cup go? And some places it's garbage, some places it's organic, some places it's recycling. In some places recycling, does it go into containers or does it go into paper? Anyway, enough.
I have one more item that I'd like to throw up there.
And I'd like to add one when you're done, if I could.
So this is very simple, but when we're talking about the district's lack of understanding of our needs, it comes back to a comment you, I think, heard earlier, which is we're a seasonal resident community. We have about 5,500 properties, but we've got 20,000 residents in the summer. And so the district in their heads thinks city 2 bags per property per period. But when you have 2, 3, 4 families for a week or a weekend, you can't have 2 bags per property, and they don't even want to take the garbage, and they're in their heads, they think that we're being sloppy and not environmentally friendly when we come down with 4 bags of garbage when we've had 3 families for a whole week, and they're processing that as we are being terrible people, when in fact we're not, but they can't understand it.
And half of your garbage are organic, so no problem.
Well, in my case, no, because I got a food sector, but the point is, they don't understand it, they do not want to understand it, and they categorize us as being a sloppy, wasteful township, and they are totally wrong on all of that. So until we can get over that barrier, they're never going to be able to help us. And Brian.
That's, they started the wrong starting point.
Yes.
Yeah.
One of the district's accomplishments will be waste diversion. That's what they're talking about, waste diversion. And it was told to me by a Lake of Bays counselor that when they took away some of the municipal bins, then the private marine owners and that put in their own bins, and there's no way anybody was coming from Muskoka to pick them up. They went to the Kawarthas. And if that happens here, if what they tried to do here, Simcoe County, the trucks will be coming out of Simcoe County to pick up our bins here, and the garbage will be going into Simcoe County because it's cheaper to dump in Simcoe County than it is out there. And it's closer. Yep. So as far as the waste diversion goes, if they get their way, they're going to accomplish their waste diversion because it's going to be going to Simcoe County because the trucks are coming up to pick it up and take it down there. That was told to me by a counselor from the Lake of Bays. A similar thing happened over there, so.
So why is that a problem?
Well, for us, we're giving our problem to someone else.
Yeah.
That's a problem with me. And two, I think it's an underhanded way of the district dealing with the problem.
But what if Simcoe County wants it?
If Simcoe County wants it, possibly it's a money-making thing for them. I don't know.
That's what that happens all over.
Yeah, so
Yes.
that could be the case, but I think there's some underlying things happening that we're not looking at, and I'm probably not intelligent enough to research it and get deep into it, but a sure way to do waste diversion is to make it go to somebody else's county. That's what I'm thinking.
So if I could, just to reinforce, I had a talk with MECP just yesterday, and they said that is the exact strategy that we should be entertaining, because it's a whole lot cheaper for the garbage to get away from Muskoka. Muskoka and their problem, they don't understand how to deal with waste, and they think it's a huge problem. And yet all other jurisdictions are embracing waste, bring it our way. And so, yes, MECP knows this, and they reinforced it yesterday.
For years, I've been taking all my organics to, well, it's not Simcoe's Very, but, because.
So is that a
when you get a service here.
that we should be considering?
Well, we'll talk about solutions later.
Yeah,
but
we'll get there.
But I just-
No, why don't we do it now and then we can be out of here by
Yeah,
10:30.
okay, Steve. Just briefly,
I'll just leave
I think
this.
the other thing that on this particular point that's been raised to understand is we're shipping garbage from way down in this corner here in Honey Harbor.
Yeah.
All the way up to MacTier,
Yeah.
then all the way over to Bracebridge. Guys, that's costing us a fortune. So that's part of our problem is diverting.
Well, it's always going to Toronto for sorting too.
Karen, why do you have your hand up?
Because
Christian
no-
wants to
Oh,
talk.
Yes, thank you.
So what we're gonna do, I'm gonna,
Please.
we can keep going this for another 5 minutes, and then I'm gonna give you guys a break. I'm gonna put the sheets up, and then we're gonna get one list of the project or problem definition, okay? But I need a little bit of time when you guys have a little break. But Christian, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm not going to elaborate on my comments because I assume that we were going to do so through this process. What I am going to say, and I'm going to point out, is that the exercise called for 2 minutes, not 20-minute monologues about, an elaboration. I'm assuming that there's going to be a process here. We do have a deadline today. Based on the conversations that I've just heard, it's starting to sound a lot like past cow and council discussions, rather than going through the format in which our facilitator here is likely created. So I'm just going to remind everyone that the exercise calls for 2 minutes. Let's try to be on time within 2 minutes so we can actually go through this today. Thank you.
Steve?
Yeah, just before we move on to solutions, I just wanted to have perhaps Greg confirm that I didn't misread this, but Commissioner Steele has said that the district approached the ministry about bin site conversions to private commercial at the marinas, and they said that wasn't going to be an acceptable solution.
That was in the report.
That was in.
But that's wrong, because MECP approved it yesterday. They told me, the branch manager at Barrie said, yes, we can do ECAs for each marina.
Of course.
And we can solve the problem that
Right.
way. We can.
Do you realize how complicated getting an ECA and expensive it is getting an ECA for each bin site out of the marina?
Well, we've already had that conversation, and this is not a solutioning exercise, but I'll share those issues with you because I solved them 5 years ago, and
Okay,
we've made
so
no
I didn't want
progress
to
on it.
divert. I just wanted to get that clarification.
But we do have to go there. What is on it? We have to make sure we're all clear with what is on the table, what the parameters are. Let's take a quick break, 12-minute break. Give me time to put these things up. Maybe I can get some help into taping these up.
Yep, 20 after.
Yeah, 20 after.
Okay,
Okay,
Steve's got some tape in his pocket, so.
I got tape here.
Sorry, can you, sorry.
I like volunteering.
I just want to make sure that we capture everything and get on from problem to kind of solutions, right? So, but so what I did is I pasted. I taped up. I wish I had better
I
handwriting.
gotta
too,
take a
but-
picture of this. I gotta send this to my corporate American buddies.
This is how we deal with problems.
So I was just gonna offer
Actually-
that, since we had the solutions at the very beginning, why don't we just put the solutions up and then we can all go home?
Yeah,
Thank you,
Sure.
Steve.
I really do think it makes sense to look. Could we talked
I'm
about.
just kidding.
I know you're kidding, but I did consider, like, because you guys have lived this for a while. I really wanted us to go back and say, what are the problems? Like, what are the core problems? And then from here, it gets us in the mindset of getting into solutions after that. So I kind of ranked it in 5. There's some overlap here, but I tried to get as much as I could from the pages. This should be number 1. Obviously, the environmental issue with bin service is what's driving this whole thing. And that's kind of led to community perceptions too high because the bin services worked for so many years, right? And that's where the negativity comes in. We've had this for so long. What's the problem? Let's just keep dealing with the status quo. And that's the hard part about it. When the status quo is the option that's favored by your community and you have to move ahead, especially if the district hasn't done a really good job in explaining what the problems are. With the environmental problems with the bin service and what's happening. I don't know. I don't know if they've kind of allowed residents in, opened up some of the challenges with the bin service and what's happening. But regardless, what now you're faced with is a community perception that expectations are too high. And then district is part of the problem too. I've heard limited engagement, lack of accurate data that's coming through to you as local tier leaders. They don't understand the township's requirements. It gets back to their starting point isn't in the right place. How you do garbage here is different than what is typical because of your challenges with water access and private lanes. So the district, there's some challenges there. They're trying to push forward with a solution that doesn't meet your needs, which is going to mess up with community expectations. Now, the third thing is the province. I heard inconsistent regulations and policies across the board, where you're seeing other communities that have something that might work here, but it seems like it's not allowed, which is frustrating. And the taxpayer, this gets back to this a little bit, taxpayer value for money, right? Like there's thinking, what else do I get except for waste services? This is one of the most important services. If you're going to take that away from me, I'm mad, okay? And I can understand that. And people get elected for that, right? Environmental issues with the bin services, that was the first one that kind of drove the whole thing. So anything we're missing as far as the main pieces of the problem? Christian, can you see this? Okay, good.
I texted it to him.
Oh, did you? Oh, perfect. Thanks, Steve. Any big components are we missing? Okay.
No.
Okay, so let's go. So now that we have there, and now we're not gonna quite get into solutions. I know you guys really want to get into solutions, but I want us to take a little pause and talk about what success looks like. And so for this, we're gonna go real old school and pull out some sticky notes. And again, because I don't want us to jump into groupthink right away, I want us to do a little bit of thought first. So, Karen, if you can, because you're not here, Christian, can you either text or in the group chat, send stuff, put stuff in the group chat, and then Karen's gonna do stickies for you. Does that work
Karen,
for
I
you?
appreciate you doing the stickies for me. Thank you. Yes, and I
No
can go ahead and put it
worries.
in the group chat.
So, okay, perfect. So then there's, we got,
Oh, I know. Man of many talents.
that's a good thing you didn't go to Arizona already. What did I do? So with stickies and post-it notes, I want to write down words that describe features or characteristics of a successful solution.
No, try not.
So again, you're not developing the solution, you're developing what that solution looks like. It probably makes sense to think in terms of your resident. Like, what is this? Like, what's the benefit? What's the outcome? Don't use the word "and" because we're gonna be moving these around. So one feature or one characteristic of of the outcome if you move forward with a successful
And what do we
solution.
do with our stickies?
You're gonna give them to me.
Oh, okay.
How many
You just
stickies
want-
are we allowed?
You can have as many as you want.
Okay.
Give it as we go.
One
or what?
item per,
One item, one feature or characteristic clearly written on the stickies as possible.
Their penmanship is questionable.
Well, so is mine. So you're
Who needs security when no one can read it?
Just one, eh?
No. As many as you want.
Oh,
As many as you
one
want.
per
One
sticky.
per
One per
sticky.
sticky.
Don't use the word and. Don't use a comma. Don't use bullet points. One per sticky because I want to move them around.
Oh, no bullet, I put a bullet.
Well, if it's one bullet, it's okay. But if I'm gonna have to
Don't,
rip the
shouldn't,
sticky in half,
I
this
love
this
bullets.
high tech solution is not gonna work. Right. I'm gonna take these out and then I'll turn the page up. My wife always laughs at me when I say I'm doing a sticky note session because she uses high tech stuff like mirror boards and stuff like that. And she says, you know, you can do this all technically. I'm like, yeah, but I'm old.
I went to a session about a year ago and we used sticky notes, but we all got a lesson on how to properly take the sticky off the Post-it pad so it would stick longer on the page. So you think I'm high maintenance and uptight
How
about
do you
things?
take it off
I actually
appropriately?
should.
I mean, like that?
No, you have to like apparently, and it was kind of maddening because it did work. But if you pull this way,
Yeah, as
It
opposed to
doesn't-
up.
opposed to up, it doesn't curl the same and it sticks longer.
Oh.
Because we're all here doing this for the long term.
Yeah, for the long term. Yeah.
I
Anyways,
want them to stick till next week.
but
Yeah.
I
it was
want to be able
funny.
to remember.
Yeah, good. You guys are, yeah, got a bright group.
Peel across, right?
You talking about Steven?
I'm writing
Once in a
too big.
while.
I only have
Second one.
three because
That's ridiculous.
I know.
That one I wrote too
Absurd.
big.
I think that's all.
Laura would probably say the same.
Of course.
I think this is
Should
the,
be-
She's suffers, I know.
Yeah,
You got it?
I just got some words
I
and
can't
phrases.
read the board.
You can't?
I can't even read the last word that I wrote on this.
I can't read mine either.
You can't read your own writing. Well, then I'm in trouble.
We have to give somebody a.
Should I put on here, no violence?
No violence.
This is gonna be a surprising one. Can I stick them up here? No?
You can, yeah.
I thought you were organizing them.
I am,
Okay.
but I'm reading them so I can have a head start.
Where'd these all come from?
No, violence.
She wants your tax money.
No,
Taxes you did.
After reading and researching the cost it
Yeah.
would take to
First
become a
bills due what?
hybrid
In March or something?
yeah,
heating ventilation
Why don't you
system
pay
in
me
here,
properly?
and the reduction in greenhouse
Pay me
gases.
properly?
And you start to do the math and you're better off paying per ton for the gases and just paying the fines in the future. God. Unless that federal money or provincial money comes,
And the trouble is, because the systems we have to further
This is
evolve.
running out of notes.
Yeah.
Achieve
yeah.
Hold on, I got a file.
So things should
To
be
make
okay.
it work. So I don't know if you've heard of this before, but in our house, we have a forced air furnace,
Now,
right?
you guys are pretty,
My brother-in-law
pretty
came over,
neat,
and
actually.
dug a trench through our backyard. We had 6 feet of soil before the granite,
Right.
and he ran a 4-inch pipe.
You Christians there?
Those are
And we have a
Christians.
fan.
Perfect,
Goes
thanks.
and comes back into
We
it.
all learned.
So our error.
Yeah,
There's coming from outdoors. It's already
my
at
son-
sounding
60
My
degrees.
son
Those
trying
pipes are air
to,
pipes.
I'm
Yeah.
trying to read my
Yeah.
son's stuff.
And the air
He's
is
like
about 60
21.
degrees coming in, feeding our furnace.
As if you can't.
So we tracked it before and
She was
after,
next
and
to
we
me, was
saved
never
40% on
How do
it.
you
Oh.
make notes at university if you can't write?
No, they all take
I had not
their.
heard of that.
I
Oh,
have.
that's
I
a-
remember people on the Seven
Which
Rivers.
I
they
have
never
not
learned.
read
I never typing.
I have
I can
found
read it.
library
It's all one
situation that I scribbled.
So how do you cut?
Yeah.
So I'm struggling with, I'm doing family history. research
Something that
and I
needs to
find
be-
old documents. And I
Yeah.
discovered
You're part of
that
the
many of
village.
them are all cursive
It's
writing.
not like I'm taking a line.
Anything else? Yeah.
Also canceled.
All right, it's one word,
Now
but I didn't have
the
space on the poster.
When they count population.
I'm glad you told me that.
Oh, like, when it, like, the. census.
All right, so let's
Yeah.
go.
So the census documents, they were all handwritten
Yeah.
from twenties, thirties, forties.
Mhm.
They're all in person.
Your local water.
Yeah,
And nothing is
Good.
printed, yeah.
I can't taste the
There's no way to-
chlorine.
Once in a while, my family.
Yeah, I don't like it.
You know, photo of the poster.
But they corrected it in the 34 census.
Okay, so let's look at these things. So again, we're looking at, okay, at the end of the day, what do we want the features of this system to achieve? Okay, so we got some commonalities here, which is what we're looking for. And so I'm gonna try to organize them as best I can here. Value. So I'm assuming the value that we're talking about is value to residents.
Yep.
Two people put value. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Value to residents. Okay.
Is that financial value or is that value of service?
I think usually value financial.
I'd say yes to your question.
So
Yeah.
the reason I suggest that is because if its value is simply oriented on money, but then a lot of the other things is keeping taxes low and everything else would also incorporate into that, would it not?
Well, value is what you get for your money. It's not necessarily.
Yeah, you're overthinking it. You're overthinking it. Where you're putting yourself in the customer's shoes, and you're saying you want the customer to tell you, I'm getting value for this service that I'm getting.
Okay.
I think that's it, right?
Simple, yeah.
You want that the outcome. You want it to be convenient. To me, those two things go together. If it's inconvenient, then you're going to see value. But I can picture us doing guiding principle, value, and convenience together. But that's good. And one of the things I did notice about the district, some of the work that they did, I felt like they were a little light on what this looks like to residents. Like they had a bunch of, I read one of the reports there, I don't remember which one it was now, but it had like 4 criteria, and not one of them was related to value to citizens. Now that's in the text, but it's not in the criteria that they used.
What a surprise.
It's interesting, just as an aside, the district is now launching a whole campaign about basically selling themselves to the residents. What do we do for you? And it's gonna be curious to see that, because what they do for the Highway 11 corridor is different than what they do for us. So it's gonna be curious to see how they approach that.
The other thing that we see, and I see this a bit, is fair, and I was wondering if that was something that was gonna come out. So fair, equivalent, is that what you meant by equivalent? Fair, okay, fair cost charged by the district, that's a little different.
Well, that's what that goes with value, doesn't it?
Not really.
I don't know, let's get there in a minute. Fair, anything, a bunch of these got into some solutions here, which is no surprise.
Well, you wanted what the end result looks like.
Yeah.
Success looks like.
Success.
Yeah, long term, so it has to have long term effectiveness, right? You want something to be a long term sustainable solution, right? Okay.
We don't want to talk about this for the next decade.
Yeah, no, I can imagine. Oh, the other one that's clearly an outcome is the environment. First class environmental service.
Environmental friendly up here on the right.
Yeah, environmental friendly.
Reduce greenhouse gases. I put up there GHG.
Well, that's what that stands for.
Yeah.
Why do we care?
Where is
I don't know.
it? I just saw it.
Seriously, why do we care?
There we go.
Why do we care?
Yeah.
Oh.
A low
I think
impact.
there's no good one there.
Yeah, low impact. Is that the same
I
thing?
read a study
Proper
the other
diversion.
day that our impact
Bottom
is
right,
so
Proper
trivial.
diversion.
Oh,
like, and we in Canada.
Okay, so then the other thing is communication back to the residents, right? So residents will agree with our solution.
My
Good luck on
transparency,
that one.
my keyword transparency.
Transparency goes there. So anything related to. Okay, so keep it simple. Is that related to explaining it to people?
Peter.
Peter?
Graziano.
Christian? Keep it simple. Is that for the residents?
No, that's for the district, and pertains to their solution.
Good for you, Christian. Okay, so we'll leave that as another one.
Limited capacity there.
Limited
But
capacity.
sorry, but I'm talking to the screen there. I'm just pretending I'm talking to you. But to keep it simple for the district, isn't that so residents can see that it's simple? Or is
No,
it for-
it's whatever application they choose to adopt should be kept simple. I mean, and again, I'm not going to go into too much detail because we'll likely discuss solutions and recommendations that we want solutions, but the bin site situation can be very easily addressed through technology and leveraging technology. We have video cameras. We can take pictures of cars that are coming up with their license plates. Right now, as it stands at the transfer station on South Gibson Lake Road, there's an attendant there. Yes. Does that attendant leave their little facility? No. They see someone walking up with 2 garbage bags. They don't know that there's toxic waste in those garbage bags. They have no idea what's in those garbage bags. And so who's to say that this person isn't dumping? So to keep it simple, fence in the bin sites, have cameras there, take note to the license plates, have a key fob system, keep it simple, leverage technology. We don't need to turn these things down. So hence the keep it simple.
Okay, that's good. Thanks for that clarification. So we got communicate, we got that. So that's more, so the electronically controlled central waste collection. We're getting right into the solution. Fair, equitable service, we got that. Cost effective. Okay, so that's another one. That's a new one. Cost effective. So user pay, tell me about that. We haven't talked about that yet. User pay, yeah.
Okay, so right now, we have all kinds of services in the township. But I would hazard a guess that if the roadside service people knew what they were paying versus what it really cost them. So we have heard from the district that we can get roadside service for nominally, call it $150 a year. Maybe it's 200 a quarter, but it doesn't, a number, let's say it's 200. Okay. If I have $1 million cottage, if I have a road access place, unlikely it's less than $1 million. But we are billing out on a mill rate. So that property is paying minimum $600 a year for something that actually costs, if they went to a private contractor, costs $200 a year. And so the number one thing that we as a community need to understand is what are the costs, and we should be looking at it as on a user pay basis. So right now we have 2 transfer sites, and those appear to be the minimum for the district. So the district is going to say you have to have those 2, but anything else should be a user pay. And if I tell you, if I'm a road access guy and I can go buy a $200 service to pick up at my house, I'm going to go contract that $200 service instead of paying it through my mill rate $600 a year.
So what we're trying to, with user pay, you're trying to make it cost effective by taking it off the tax, by taking off taxes.
Take it out of the tax mill rate world and put it into a user pay structure where if I'm at a marina and I want to have a marina bin, I'm going to pay my marina operator to do that. Or if I don't want that, I'm just going to drive to the transfer site, which I have to pay for anyways.
Okay, so again, the outcome is removing it from the taxes.
Yes.
Okay, so that's going with cost-effective service.
And
that's what you're driving to.
Well, but it's even more fundamental because what a cost-effective service could still be a mill rate, blend everybody in, and then I pay for somebody else's enormous desires for service.
It's more specific.
So it's extremely focused on, it's a user pay system.
So more flexible.
More flexible. You choose what you want. You have your minimum level that you start with. And then if you want to opt into a higher service, fine.
But if I may, I would like to bridge off of that. I think user pay also means that people who are now taking advantage of bins and not paying
Yes,
should actually be paying,
ding, ding,
especially if they're contractors or retailers or what have you.
yes.
That those users should be paying their fair share, whereas now
Yeah.
they're not.
Yes.
And so this kind of comes back to, we've been told by the district that they don't like all the waste that's coming out of our township, but the waste isn't just coming from residents, it's coming from transient people, everybody else, and the garbage has to go somewhere. And so for someone to be able to offer a service on a user pay basis, so let's say camper number 25 goes to McCrae Lake and they want to bring in 2 bags at the end of their weekend, they should be able to get rid of it, but they should be required to pay for it.
Okay. Okay, I got it. That's good. So we're gonna get more into that when we get into solutions, but the idea is to provide an opportunity. And there's something else here, ability to pay more for better service. So we're getting into that ability to pay for better service and not just throwing it on the tax burden, making it a tax burden. Okay, got it. The other thing, so we got a bunch more things about communication. Keep it simple, leverage technology, a working group to advocate on behalf of the township. So the things here about the relationship with the district.
So I'd like to make one comment.
Yeah.
I love some of the ideas that are out there, the idea of leveraging technology, etc. But we have to understand at some point in time, some of these ideas are maybe dead before they start. Because if the district, for example, even if a marina had a bin site, the district would require the marina to have trained employees and have insurance and have all kinds of other characteristics for that marina to be able to operate a bin site. So if I have a bin site someplace else, there is no way that the district is, that the MECP is ever going to allow us as residents to have access to a bin site or disposal location with just us as approval. That's never gonna happen. And we have to rule that out. I love it. It's a perfect idea, but we are under a constraint from MECP that will never happen.
Okay, so the outcome there is to develop something that can be accepted by the district and the province.
Yes, no,
Okay.
hold on, province, okay, MECP.
Yes, yeah. Okay, so
Yes.
that's gonna be a guiding principle. We can't go too far down. This is awesome for the township, but it's not doable. Because it won't meet the regulations and the district will never go for it.
Right.
So will be a guiding principle. Okay, so I'll tell you what we have so far here and see if we're missing it. Did somebody come and sneak one?
I
out while
did.
was talking?
I just said, keep it free or affordable, or it's gonna be buried in their backyards or thrown in the ditches.
Or the lake.
Yeah,
Or the
so
lake.
there's that balance, right?
There's that balance.
Okay, so we have a few key principles here, right? Again, we're not talking about solutions yet. We're talking about, we put in the solution that accomplishes the following. And so one of the things is communication, being transparent, making sure residents, as much as you can, know what you're doing.
And what their expectations are, what our
Yeah.
expectations of residents are. There's a certain give and
Goes
take
both
here.
way.
Yeah.
Goes both
Well, and
ways,
that's one of the reasons we did that study a couple of years ago, where we went out and heard from a lot of residents and collected a lot of very interesting perspective and information. Whether or not we agree with it all is a whole separate discussion.
Yeah, but you went out and
Yeah.
asked, yeah. You want to make sure any solution is long-term. It's gonna work long-term. Okay, that's gonna be a guiding principle. It's gotta be fair, it's gotta be some semblance of fair, equitable service. Now, the tension of that then is if you get into user pay, you have to decide what you're going with. Like, it sounds like you have to have some flexibility in order to allow for different types of uses, right? Like user pay, some people would see user pay as not being fair and equitable. So there's that kind of tension, right?
So there was one thing that came out of this study that the mayor just highlighted, and that is that almost all the residents said in those surveys that we need to charge for services for trailer parks and for liveaboard boat marinas where they're generating waste. And often there's no recovery opportunities. And so that's back to this user pay thing. It's not just user from a resident, it's user from resident
Okay.
a camper,
Business
a
operation.
boater,
Commercial operation.
anybody should have an expectation to pay for the services that are being provided. And some of them will be blended
Mhm.
as a minimum service that we have to take from the district. But then we have a top it up, take whatever you
Oh,
want,
I see.
pay whatever you want.
Well, which is in theory, in most municipalities, you're allowed to put 2 bags out every second week. Generally, and if you have excess garbage, you gotta take it yourself to a dump or a transfer station and pay for that excess, for instance.
Or pay for a tag that goes on it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And if you're a commercial business or a retailer, you have to get your own garbage service and pay for it.
What's the district's pickup? Their street pickup right now.
As in what
Like, do
day?
they use tags or they use
No,
bags?
not yet.
They don't?
They have a truck that both recycling and garbage both go in the same truck. There's 2 different places.
But you
it
don't
goes
have to
into.
use a like special yellow bag or
No,
no
they'll
tags?
only pick up 1. If you put up 2, it'll be sitting there. when you
Oh,
come
okay.
home.
Yeah, they have
There's a
limits.
limit on 2.
Right.
Okay.
So
And
that's
they may
another,
get to clear bags in the
that's
future.
another problem where the concept of a bag tag thing, and Christian brought it up and
Mhm.
Greg brought it up as well, you know, that concept deals with the user pay concept.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
you know, if I get a flat service and it allows me, you know, a base thing, I take it to the transfer site that exists, but I want something above that, then I can buy a bunch of bag tags and if there's a truck going by, put it out, tag it, and off it goes.
Well,
Okay.
if I may build on that for a second, it's the bag tag motion that I'd presented through council also considered those that are underutilizing their bags. And what I mean by that is if in the event that they don't come up for the weekend, they forego the 2 bags that they're allotted for that particular weekend. However,
Right.
the following week they come up with family and they have 3 bags. Well, you know, those that garbage collection will only pick up the 2 bags and leave the 3rd bag to rot for the summer, which then brings in bears and all the other fun animals and critters that like to go through garbage because it just sits there and waits until the following week for pickup. So the bag tag would have alleviated that issue by way of allowing a person to retain the 2 bag tags that they weren't going to use and then redeploy them the following week.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I
So you
think
get allocated a certain number of bag tags automatically, you know, for the taxes you pay. And then if
Oh,
you
I
want to
see.
put more bags out, then you pay for additional tax.
Right.
So when we're looking at guiding principles, then some flexibility built in, flexibility to upsell, flexibility to allow for things that are suited to the way people do garbage.
Yeah, an ability to pay more for
Yeah.
upscale services
Yeah,
that you
yeah,
might
yeah.
choose to want.
Okay, good. Good.
So there's one other thing that relates to this. And that would be, I love the flexibility idea, but I think there needs to be a base service.
Yeah, okay.
And I think we've missed that, and
Okay.
because we have transfer stations, so everybody should pay for the Baxter transfer station and have the ability to go there.
Okay.
If everybody had that, so there'd be certain base service that might be X on your taxes, and then the flexibility would be layered on top.
Okay.
That's the fair service.
That's
coming
the
in.
fair part.
Yes.
That's the fair part.
Yeah.
So the
Fair is
fair part
everybody
gets the
covers-
base level of service, and the upsell part is flexibility
Right.
to bridge off that.
Right,
So with that bag tag system, because I don't understand it, so that means when I go up Honey Harbor Road, I don't have to drop a bag of my garbage at every single
Right.
house that doesn't have anything out? Is
That's right. That's
that-
You can't get away with that anymore.
I
I
think we're
can't do that
high.
anymore.
You can't do that anymore.
it's like every taxpayer or every address is issued 100 tags for the year.
Exactly.
Or whatever the number is.
Right, yeah.
And therefore, if you put out 1 bag 1 week, then you use 1 tag. But the next week you put it out 3 bags, you use 3 of your tags. And if you run out before Christmas time, you
talk
gotta
to your
buy a few
neighbors.
extra tags if you want to have it picked up.
I think that's a great idea, and then we can sell the tags to our neighbors that we
Yeah.
don't use.
That's right.
But it also means that the person is here 6 months of the year, can put out 2 bags every week, whereas the person who's here year round can only put out 1 bag a week.
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna put all my stuff at Brian's place.
That's okay, I have a food
So
cycle.
apparently everybody is anyway.
So I have a couple more that I don't know what to do with
Not on
here.
the
So
front lawn.
service only TGB residents. How are you gonna do that?
We can't,
How can
yeah,
you do that?
that's the problem of
That's the
some of
problem.
these open bin
Yeah.
sites now, people come off the highway and drop their.
Yeah.
I know if you go
Load.
into our transfer stations, that doesn't happen
No,
because they
but-
ask you where you're from and ask your ID.
Yeah.
There's that.
But this is the unsupervised
Yeah.
locations today.
I don't think we can have
Okay.
unsupervised sites.
Well, that's-
No, but still though, in the what you're saying what you want it to look like at the end of the day.
Right.
And
so-
one of them is only to service.
Right,
Georgian
restrict to
Georgian
TGB.
Bay.
Yeah, I think.
How you do it is
The others,
get
I
into
think that's a
solutions.
fail, because if you have that approach, then we are saying we're not gonna provide any services for all of the transient campers that come in, and all the boaters and all the trailer park people. I mean, all of those people who are part of our community,
Yeah.
we need to find a way to solve their generation of waste.
Right.
And if we're only doing it to our residents, then we have a fail before we start. We need to have an ability to take that other stuff for a fee.
But
But
what
what we
about
want to
people
avoid-
passing through though?
Yeah,
This is
campers.
this is a pass through. This is somebody that's driving from Perry Sound to Toronto, and they go into the Gibson.
Somehow we gotta differentiate that. Yeah, he's,
But how
Yeah.
can you? You
Yeah.
can't. So you have to have an ability to take the waste.
Yeah.
You have to have a district that isn't gonna whine about the fact that they're getting more waste,
Mhm.
or you're gonna have that waste go to some other place where they want the waste instead of the district who doesn't want the waste. And then you have a solution, but we can't say only for our residents.
well,
That's
sorry,
a problem.
that's how you define transient, right? Because there are transients that are here, like the otters and the trailer park people.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm talking about.
I know, but they're part of TGB.
Yes, of course.
But the true transients are those that are not producing their garbage in the TGB. They're producing it elsewhere and then bringing it
Right.
down.
But how do you differentiate from the
That's-
camper
that's
on
a
the
good question.
If you can't,
to the guy going down the highway?
if you can't control that transfer station or whatever you wanna call it, bin site.
Yep.
You don't have any staff there, then you have to close it, because you're getting, if you look at the numbers here, they're insane.
Oh,
So all we, at this point though, at this point
Yeah, they're
here, all we
depots.
have to do is we have to, that has to be addressed. Has to be addressed,
Right.
either in a fee setup or some sort of, we don't have to figure it out yet. We're not
Right.
here yet,
okay.
right? We're not there yet. So this is
The difficult one.
the only other, okay, so the only other piece we had is obviously this solution in the future has to be environmentally sound, right? And there's a bunch of things here. Organics part of the solution, low impact, proper diversion, all that kind of stuff, which is the reason why the district is moving here and the province
But
is
they have to be
moving here in the
licensed
first place. Anything we're missing?
Can I just
From
add
the
a
province
comment
to the
when we were talking about the public consultation component, we spoke about the wants and needs study that we actually had commissioned. And so the district did take into consideration the outcome of the needs and wants study from our ratepayers, which was the 10 additional depot model. So that is what the district right now is
Yeah.
going through the motions, which obviously is expensive because
You bet.
in very broad scheme of things, adding 10 depots is an extra $1 million a year, which is obviously.
Minimum.
Yeah, so this is where the district is asking us to say, okay, is this what you really want? And, you know.
Yeah. And that's part of how I started this meeting, is we know what the district will do if we say nothing.
Yeah,
Which is not what we want.
And we're already paying $1 million more than we should.
Yeah, so back to this district and the province thing, that issue of the province has to be a parallel path, because we know that anything changing at the province level is gonna be years likely.
Yes.
And we only have 2 years left to fix a solution here.
Yeah, 26.
But I think that we need to have a very active parallel path with the district. And we know that it was the district that went to MECP and got the genie out of the bottle, so to speak, the negative genie out of the bottle, saying we have to change. But MECP is not aware of any other problems in any other jurisdictions. And they're basically saying to us, tell me who they are, we'll go and enforce it there. I don't think that's the solution personally. I think the solution should be, MECP, you don't care about the environment in all these other circumstances. Why do you care about our bin sites?
But okay.
Let's raise them up to a minimum level of safety. and then let's just continue with what we got without all the overhead.
But I think what we have to do is we have to come up with what we think the final solution should look like,
Yes,
and then determine to what degree we have to argue with the province
that's
versus
fine,
and or the district.
that's fine.
Because, the district, say, MECP doesn't like unlicensed bin sites. And, to the best of their knowledge, there aren't unlicensed bin sites outside of district.
The district.
Because most of the other bin sites you're talking about, if the bin is placed by a licensed carrier,
Yep.
it's legal. Because the licensed carrier is supposed to make sure it meets the MECP regulations.
And one other tidbit here, every marina who has at least one cottager boat is now in default. They are not allowed to have their own bins. So we know in our township,
Just in our township.
we know in our township that there are many marinas that are almost pure liveaboard boat marinas. But every single one of them has at least one cottager boat, and by definition, they are not allowed to have their own bins. And so,
Well, are you sure? Or
100%, because that's direct from the director of MECP in Barrie.
Because what my understanding is, they're not allowed to serve that one cottager, but they can have the bins to serve all the yachts.
Oh, yeah, and that one cottager is taking his
Yeah.
work someplace else.
Of course he is.
No,
This
come
is-
on.
But this is one of the issues where, I sat down in front of the deputy minister or whatever the heck his name was from the province a couple of years ago, and I say, I got two marinas side by side, one serves yachts, one serves cottagers. The yachts are allowed the bins, the cottagers are not. That is inequitable. That's not fair. And he agreed 100%.
Yeah.
That's as far as it went.
No, because we haven't made that presentation, because what we have to do first is say, this is what we want, then look at the hurdles, and then go to the province if they are one of the hurdles, or some of the hurdles.
Okay, thanks for that conversation because it gave me an opportunity to do this.
Yeah, we do that. It's all with the master
You're
plan.
skipping your time.
I was hearing you in the back of my mind though. So here's what I got so far, as far as guidelines. It's gotta be fair with a base standard of service. It's gotta be flexible so that you can pay more for better service. So there's gotta be built-in flexibility to it. It's gotta offer value and convenience to residents. It has to be communicated and the residents have to be engaged. Forget about my wording, but you get the idea. I'll do it, I have to do it for myself anyway. It's gotta be a long-term solution. It's gotta be environmentally sound, and it's gotta be acceptable to the district and MECC.
CP.
CP.
Yeah, change.
They keep
Whatever you
changing
want.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
that's-
Why does it have
Actually,
to
you
be
can remove-
acceptable to the
Well,
district?
It's not the district, it's acceptable to the MECP
I
ultimately.
think it's MECP, why the
Yeah,
district?
take the
Yeah.
P out of there.
Yeah, take-
Why? Tell me that, isn't this what they have to?
Well, no,
this is
because
their
they have to
service.
provide
District's doing the bidding of the MECP. I know, but they're the ones that are the ones having the conversations with MECP, so it's gotta be, does it not have to be acceptable to them, or they just, how do you guys work here? Does the district just say whatever you want, you get?
You hit the nail on the head. It's district who's talking to MECP as opposed to us talking to MECP.
Okay.
That's part of the problem,
Okay.
because it's a classic scenario of what answer do you get to the question? Well, it depends on what question you ask. Did you ask the right question?
Yeah.
No, then you got the wrong answer. Let's go ask the right questions that are
But I think-
germane to our township.
And I think what we're, and I don't know if you include this in point 7. Acceptable, I hope you don't mean acceptable to current standards, because there may require a change in the regulations.
But it's something, excuse me, as far as the guideline goes, it's something you gotta be considering.
Well,
Is this going to be something that you think is gonna be acceptable to MECP?
Well, okay, but I still think it's very important that we allow that it's acceptable to MECP once they've updated their
Oh, I
regulations
see.
to recognize that there's such a thing as a water access only resident. Because the regulations are totally blind to that possibility, as one example.
Okay.
And if I could defend your comment about acceptable to the district, if we stay with the district doing disposal and diversion, then whatever we do has to be acceptable in volumes, because the district doesn't want the volumes. They claim to have a problem with disposal and diversion, whereas other jurisdictions want the disposal
Well,
and diversion.
I think you have to be a little bit careful with that, because every municipality is trying to reduce what they're putting in their dumps.
I don't disagree with you,
Okay,
but
so-
I do know that there are other jurisdictions that want.
They want it, yeah.
And if that's the case, then something's wrong in our environment, where they don't, first of all, don't want it. Like, people are making money off of diversion,
Yes.
but that's a problem for the district, apparently. People are making money off the disposal. I mean, I don't understand the problems of the district, but when you see other jurisdictions basically asking for your stuff, then you know you have a problem.
Well,
There's an
either
old
that-
saying,
Let's
sorry
set
guys,
up
I'm gonna
Go
chime in
ahead.
very quickly just because my hand system is not working right now, but there's an old saying where there's smoke, there's fire. And all I've heard today is district, 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 district. And I think that is our fundamental issue here, is that we are going through a third party or a middleman, for lack of a better term, and that would be the district. So we've got the province in one hand, we've got us on the other, and in between is this district that's doing and that's beating or growing to their own drum. And I'm somewhat perplexed as to why Hutchinson in 2023 did not consider repatriation and the costs that we would pay to do our own collection relative to that of what we're being charged by the District of Muskoka. And I think that that's a data set and some information that I would find incredibly valuable, is to understand what is it that we're going to pay? Are we really receiving economies of scale? And if not, if that answer is no, then if we can create our own garbage collection system, why aren't we?
And that, thank you, and that's exactly where I was wanting to finish, is that I asked a question earlier from you, and that is that, does the municipal act say, that I've read in the municipal act, it sort of says essentially that the upper tier looks after diversion, but the lower tier can look after collection. Barry's a good example. It's in an upper tier system, but they do their own collection. And why can't we? All of it.
Barry's not part of the county.
Oh, they're separated.
Yeah.
Okay, but anyway, if you
But
read
there's,
the
there's,
municipal act.
there's different setups, for
Yeah.
sure.
The
Yeah,
district
but-
is
but it's-
willing to give waste management over to us. That's not a problem. If they want us to take over waste, they say have at it.
Well, like, wait a minute. No, there's two things.
It's all or nothing though.
Well, I don't think it is. I think we tell the district, we're gonna stay with you on this, 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 and this. Well, that's,
Well, but
I
I
had that
think-
discussion with James Steele, and you've had a different discussion, so.
But I think what's important personally is that we come up with what we think is best for our township. Then, how are we best implement them? Will district play a full role, a partial role, or no role? Will be part, but I think first we have to decide how we think we can best serve our residents and our environment.
So you're creating a perfect world solution, and we may not be able to get there at all, so I'm just trying to say, realistically, we need to find background information to say to ourselves, this will allow us to find a solution. That's part of it. Also is data information, so there's a number of pieces that we're missing. We can say, we'd love to have this, but if we don't get a really good accurate reading on the data, if we don't get an accurate reading on what we're allowed to do or not do, I suggest that we're spinning our wheels, so that's the
And
only.
I'm gonna chime in and add to that again. I would not disagree with Councillor Cooper here, in that if we don't have a baseline, we don't know what we don't know. And throughout the Hutchinson report, which I had the opportunity to read at 5 a.m. this morning, the common message within this report was that the constituents find the current system to work. They're not going to find having to throw garbage into the back of their car and drive down the 400 or northbound on the 400, and on long weekends wait in an immense amount of lineups while they're being weighed, and the person is going through their garbage to make sure that there isn't toxic waste in there. That's just not practical. And so Hutchinson has clearly said, based on their diligence and their research, that our constituents feel that the current system works. And based on what I'm hearing is that the MECP said that the current system can continue to work. However, the district is saying that that's fine, but we're not going to do what we need to do in order to make the current system work. Rather, we're going to do what we think is going to be the best for our system and not necessarily your municipality. And that's what I've read between the entirety of the District of Muskoka's report and the Hutchinson report. You can clearly see that there is differences. They're looking to go to a model with respect to sending a truck out on a launch and allowing people to come to that launch and dump. And that's great when you have endless amount of dock space for boats to come in and get off it. We don't. And then secondly, inclement weather. It doesn't factor in really poor weather with heavy rains and heavy winds and people trying to get to that particular garbage bin at that particular launch within that very particular small operational hours. It's just not considering what we endure as water access. And remind you, I'm water access as well, and it's not the easiest to just throw a bag in garbage in your car and go. So with that said, again, we require a baseline. This is all. This conversation is great. This exercise is great, but we have no baseline data to say unequivocally, guys, it makes financial sense that we repatriate or we don't. The municipal act says that we can. Here's what we need to know. Here's what we can do. Here's what we can't do. Until we have that data, we're just talking in circles because what we're trying to do is we're trying to find a way to work with the district. And it may not be in our best interest to work with the district, but we don't know if it is or if it isn't because we just don't have that data.
Sort of like going to work with the manufacturer as opposed to the distributor. We've got a distributor.
Yes.
And I don't think we need that distributor in certain ways, so.
The way I see it is the
Middleman.
district has a department that is focused on waste management. They have the staff, they have the resources, they have everything up at district. And the 6 municipalities use those resources. If we strike out on our own, we're gonna have to meet the same regulations that district is gonna have to comply to when it comes to bin sites. Whether we do this thing as the Township of Georgian Bay or we stay with the district, the fact is the ministry will not allow these bin sites. They want depots. So we can do all the creative magic we want about doing this in-house and putting a staff, another 10 people in here to administer it and try and get some sort of a semblance of it working. Or we can allow on the expertise of the district, but make sure that they do what we want and we pay them what we want to get the services we want. I am not going to go down the road of looking at the township taking over the responsibility of solid waste. I just don't think it's an exercise that'll happen in the time frame that the MECP has given us, which is 2026. I think we need to find a solution with the district that works, and we need to work with the district and work with the MECP to get a good understanding of what they're going to allow. If they say no bin sites, let's get the depots in place. Let's get the curbside expanded and get rolling with this thing and put it behind us. I don't think there's a solution for the township to get involved. That's this councillor's opinion.
Okay, so that's good conversation. So let's look at these guidelines because we want to look at these guidelines and have this. That's why I put on the whiteboard because I want us to refer to this as we jump into the solutions because I know you guys are dying to get there. So here's what we have here. Fair, flexible, offer value, good communication, long-term solution, environmentally sound, acceptable to MECP regulations, policies. Then I added this last one, clear roles and responsibilities between the district and the township. So whatever that looks like, it's a thing that has to be clarified. So are we missing anything as far as things these are the sorts of things that are our guidelines if we're looking at potential solutions. We have to look at them through these 8 lenses.
We don't need to worry about heavy barge pickup in this whole conversation.
No, that's
good.
And you're environmentally sound, I presume that means including the reduction of or appropriate
Part of the green waste.
diversion and all that sort of thing.
Diversion, low impact, organics is part of the solution. Everything related to environmentally sound at the end of the day, it should be a filter that we're looking at. Okay, anything, are we missing anything big? Any category? All right, so let's leave that up and we can refer back to that as we look at the different options. How are we doing for You guys need a break? Are you good?
Well, at 20 minutes, we're supposed to have our picture taken, is that correct?
Correct.
So why don't we
Seriously,
take a
good.
break around that?
Okay, well, okay, sounds good. Sounds good. All right. So what are the options? So this is our last part for today. What are the options? The fun part. So we've talked a bit about we've defined the problem a bit. We've talked about what success looks like. And so now with that in our minds, we want to look at what the options are. So before we get into our group discussion, I want you to do a very similar thing again. Take 5 minutes to write down the must-have characteristics of a future system. We tried to push it. We pushed you in that direction with this, talking about outcomes. What do you have to have? And now we can get into solutions now. Okay, so we're not talking about principles. We're talking about features, characteristics of a new system that has to accomplish this. Pieces of the solution.
Has to accomplish what? I'm sorry.
It has to accomplish the outcomes that we're talking about. What features have to be included in the future solution?
So not the guidelines that are written on the board, rather just the outcomes we've discussed openly.
I mean, it's the same thing.
No, because here we were talking about it's got to be a long-term solution. It's got to communicate and engage residents. Now we're talking about what features, what operational features does it have to have?
Which some of us stuck in that board.
Which you started to talk about, and I kind of ignored a little bit, right? So things like, where's the one? Leverage technology could be something like that. Waste disposal at marina. That's a perfect example of it. So it's got to include, now we're talking about features that the system has to include. Bag tags is another one. It's got to include bag tags. It's got to include what features does it have to have.
I think Peter and I got the memo to do it on a sticky.
Oh, were we supposed to do it
No.
on a sticky?
No, sorry, just write it down.
I wrote it on a sticky. There's not that much.
Okay,
Start
well,
again,
you can
Brian.
get it on a sticky.
Stick it on forehead.
Yeah. Man, those chocolates were so good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Very deadly. Good thing you don't have the whole. Okay, I'll take yours if you want.
Good thing you know the whole bucket in the middle.
Are you kidding me?
I have 2 boxes at home. Well, I have.
Of this?
I
Yeah,
love Lynn's.
there's probably more if you guys
I
want.
could care to live on this. Beer and chocolate.
I think we still have ice cream too. And
Beer and chocolate?
Yeah.
You might want to add Ozempic to that diet. For your diabetes. Oh, wow.
I've lost my sticky notes. Just kidding.
the ones.
Took my
Is your memory great?
I was collecting them.
Wellington County must have a lot of junior sea hockey teams.
They have a few. Have my town just got a new junior C, Fergus.
Fergus, yeah.
Yeah, I haven't been to see a game yet. My son played junior hockey for 5 years.
He went for an overager, did he?
He did his 1 year overage. He's a goalie. He played up in Halliburton for a year.
Mine did 4 years in the OHL.
Oh, nice.
Kingston and Saginaw, and then went Europe and
Oh,
all
nice.
over the place. And then it was my vacation spot for the winter.
Nice. Yeah, Chris got drafted and by Flint.
By Flint?
Yeah, where he never made the team.
Is that right? I don't think Flint was in the league back then. I think there was just Saginaw and who else? Somebody in Pennsylvania at that time.
Flint would have been a great place for him though.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have been.
No, the water's horrible.
That's what, yeah, where he would have been a little bit fine, but couldn't have crossed the river.
Yeah. Saginaw wasn't much better,
Yeah.
although he had a place on the Upper Peninsula and had it right in, so it was okay for him.
Oh, that's not bad.
We had a river in Honey Harbor the other day on top of the water. So it had carved a river through the ice, and there was rapids coming down
With all the rain last night.
from all the rain, and it just looked like a river on top of
Yeah,
the ice with banks of the river and everything was carving down in.
I was cross-country skiing and I had to,
Dark.
had to ski over top of an animal that was right in the track, and it was a lizard.
Lizard? We have lizards?
No, it wasn't a lizard, it was an amphibian. It was
Salamander?
salamander.
Oh, yeah.
In the middle of a ski track. There was snow everywhere. I don't know where the heck it came from. Now they are out. It's the Jeffries.
Wearing it too?
The Jeffries, and they're apparently coming out down south of
That's the
here.
really dark ones with the yellow spots.
It was very dark. There were no spots on this one.
Where the guy comes
Yeah. I couldn't believe it, but apparently they are out down in southern Ontario. They're coming out early.
So are the tulips.
It could have been
Yeah.
a skink.
No, it wasn't a skink. It was definitely a Jeffries salamander.
skiing.
It looks like
They
a
were-
salamander. You gotta kind
That
of.
sounds like
I've had
something
a few of those.
I was gonna say, don't remember that from the bar scene in university. A few skinks.
We're live streaming, correct?
Yes, we
I think
are.
those are
Oh, yeah.
skinks. Aren't
As I said, we're live streaming.
Do you live stream everything?
The mic is hot.
Do you live stream everything?
Keep us in line, will you?
Yeah,
Exactly.
we need a chair to keep us in line because we're recording.
People are watching.
Oh, God.
All of
Yeah.
Steven said that.
I would like to
people.
say not everybody.
Are you the one
Yeah.
that brought the topic up?
Yeah.
About skinks?
Innocently enough.
Innocently enough.
Okay. Onward.
Enough skanks, let's go on.
All righty. Are we good?
Yeah.
We good? Okay.
Jesus.
Who wants to go first?
Marina bins.
Okay, what features does a new system have to have?
Marina bins.
Let's you gotta, did I give you? Yeah, share your must-have characteristics.
Marina
There you
bins.
go first, Brian. Yours is short.
All right, mine is fully roll out the curbside service to its max.
Okay, explain what that means.
We have a lot of private roads that are fully paved, have full, Oak Bay being a typical example. You have roads, curbs, sewers. It's a regular municipal road, yet we don't pick up the garbage on it because it's a private road. So figure out all the private roads that have accessibility year round and provide them with service, curbside pickup.
So there's a number that you could add to the table if the criteria allow them to go on private roads.
Yes,
Okay.
which they've said in the report that they could.
Okay.
But the district just said they don't want to.
They don't want to, but they can legally.
Well, and right now, district is working on a policy, might take them 2 years, to determine which private roads they will serve.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, so in this,
There's
on that note, there's a direct conflict. I mean, again, I'm going to say that they talk a good game, but their actions don't actually follow through on that talk. Their engineering study, again, dated January 17th, 2024, page 3 says the very first thing that they want to do is expand curbside collection program. Then they reiterate that in page 9, specifically, generally curbside collection, lake waste side collection, and new drop-off depots are recommended as servicing options in that order, with the priority going to curbside collection. Here we've got 2 residents of ours, or likely more, 2 that I know of, that applied for curbside collection, were delayed for years to get that curbside collection, made it to the EPW committee only to find out that it's going to take another 2.5 years for them to develop a policy and then
Okay,
come
but-
back to them and see whether or not they're eligible. So I don't
That's all
see that.
true. That's all
Sorry?
true, but I say that's all true, but what Councillor Bochek is saying, that he believes that the ideal solution includes expansion of roadside pickup.
Right.
And
Right.
we know that the district at this point is working on this, initiated a project on a policy to follow up on that. But that doesn't take away from Councillor Bocheck's opinion.
That's gotta be part of
That's
the.
gotta be part
And
of
now
the
I
solution.
wasn't trying to take away from Councillor Bocheck's opinion. What I was rather trying to do was emphasize the fact that, again, here we have this bottleneck that is the district. So even though we recognize as a municipality that curbside collection expansion is likely going to help resolve the situation, our colleagues at the district who also recognize that aren't putting that into practice fast enough, rather delaying and delaying and delaying. And that is essentially my argument here.
Okay,
Did you want my other one?
Yeah.
Okay, so, completely privatized bin collection at marinas. And to go along with that is we expand our
Sorry, don't.
Oh, sorry, yep.
Completely privatized bins at
At
marinas.
all marinas, campgrounds, and commercial sites.
And is that allowed?
Yes, according to the report, it could be. And not only that, but the marina has the right to put in their own bins and have Mid-North pick it up and take it into Midland or take it into Barrie and dump it off, just like any commercial site does. So I say currently we have 2 depots. In order to do what we need to do, we're gonna need 4 depots.
But sorry, if this is allowed, why do we have a problem then? Like, if you could just privatize bins at all marinas, isn't that
No, they need
what you
ECAs.
do?
They need an ECA.
Okay,
Yes,
got it.
but there's a process that can get us to this point.
but I think what's important is, if I understand you correctly, when you say privatize, in other words, the marina's responsible, not the district.
Correct.
That's it, yes.
Yeah, make the marina responsible.
So now that takes so many cards off the table right now.
Oh, yeah.
And so I'm gonna give, and so to go along with that is we need 4 depots, 4 man depots.
Plus, so plus what you're saying.
Yes,
Okay.
4 man depots, 7 days a week, a minimum of 8 hours a day.
And the locations are?
And my locations, I'll give you those, okay, which is
Sure.
Tower Road, which services MacTier.
That's the
But we already have it,
transfer
it's a transfer station.
Yes, I know, Baxter Ward,
station. Yeah,
okay?
Yep.
Honey Harbor, proper, and I could be the old school building, whatever you want to do with that. And a fourth one, which could be an intermediate one, I don't know, somewhere between Go Home Lake and Gibson Lake or something like that, but I think really 3 will do it, 4 is an option.
Miners Bay, that would.
Maybe even Miners Bay, but
Well, let's go home late.
that's Go Home Lake, but so a typical example is a cottager comes up in off of Georgian Bay to the boat club. He takes his garbage and he goes up, puts it in the boat club bins.
Yeah.
Okay, or he has the option, if he's not, say he's a boater, a yachter, he can come off his yacht, take his garbage and go to the transfer site in Honey Harbor and get rid of it there. So there's accessibility for that. So there was only 4 things on my list, and I really, really want to support Councillor Graziano and Councillor Hazelton on this bag tag system, because I think it's going to be crucial to move forward. And my simple way of thinking is, if we fully roll out the curbside, we put 3 or 4 depots up, we privatize all the bins, let them pay for themselves, give them some tax incentives or whatever at the marinas, and we have a bag tag system, I don't see where the fault is or where we're letting any of our constituents down, yet we're gonna save a ton of money and we're gonna comply to the MECP ruling. So I'm the example of Councillor Cooper's KISS principle.
So is your bag tag system connected then to the fully rolled out curbside? Can you have one without the other?
So it's, so if I tag my bag, say I have 4 bags of garbage and I put 4 tags on it, okay, I can take them either to a depot and drop them out without paying for them, or I can put them on my curbside and not pay for them.
Okay, so one of your features of a fully rolled out curbside is to add the bag tag.
Correct.
Bag tags to it, okay.
Yeah.
So it's a standalone feature, okay?
Mhm.
Next. Good. That's exactly the kind of thing. Yeah, go ahead.
So, aligning with your first point there, a fair base standard of service. So the base standard of service from my perspective is the current 2 transfer sites that we have. That costs us $1 million a year. Half the cost of the township today is the 2 transfer sites. That gives everybody a base an option to take their garbage and dispose of it. Now, if they want something different, then they can pay extra, and that's really where the other services come from. And so I very much disagree with adding 2 more transfer sites in there, because based on what we've already seen, it's 2 million today for 2 transfer sites. If we add 2 more, that'll be it'll be 2 million if we have
It's
4.
one now, right?
So we have 2 today, that cost us 1.
Yeah.
If we had 2 more, that'll cost us another $1 million, which is that doesn't allow for any bin site pickup or roadside pickup or anything else. It's like totally consuming with 4 transfer sites. So let's stick with 2 transfer sites. That's the $1 million.
Run by the district.
Pardon?
Run by the district.
Run by the district, because that makes them happy, and that gives us a fair base standard of service.
Okay.
Now, next thing is options. We've already heard about bin sites at marinas. Yes, that's good. We've already heard about roadside bag tags and roadside pickup. Personally, I don't care whether it's a private road or a township road or a district road. If the truck can go down the road and somebody can put a bag tag on their garbage, done. And then
Sorry, can I pause you there? What does a district have for equipment? Does it have smaller trucks, bigger
It
trucks?
has some
Like-
smaller ones and.
It does
some
have
full
smaller
size.
ones
Yeah.
that could go down. Okay.
Yeah.
okay. And the 4th one is where we get into these other depot sites. My attitude is back to the user pay. If you want another depot site that is geographically more friendly to where you're located, fine. But I'm from Honey Harbor. No bin site, no transfer site in Honey Harbor. Take the one on the Honey Harbor Road, get it out of there. We have marinas, and if you are going to get in your car and drive anywhere, go to the Baxter site. Do not waste our taxpayers' money funding this stupid expensive transfer site we have on Honey Harbor Road that is now staffed and is not available when people need it. Close it, save all that money, and go to the Baxter transfer site. And if you want a higher level service, get a contract with the marina. If you don't do business with the marina, but you want to pay them $200 or $300 a year for the privilege of dropping off bags, do it. The marinas are going to make money.
So that close which transfer site?
The Honey Harbor Road.
Yeah, Honey Harbor.
It's a waste depot technically.
Oh, it's waste depot.
It is
The transfer sites have scales.
okay. So it's a waste depot. It is the model for the ECA needed for any bin sites, according to MECP. So if you look at what is there on the Honey Harbor Road, that is the model. Anything you see there is what would be needed for any private marina or any other location for a private bin site.
That much space?
Well, space is not relevant. It's the characteristics
Fence.
of the fence,
Right.
the gate,
Yeah.
the lock,
Okay, yeah.
Setback from the water
setback,
and rezoning.
Supervision.
and zoning, yeah.
Okay, good. Who's next? Christian, go ahead.
I'm gonna steal a page from Councillor Cooper's book here because I can see his handwriting there. All right. So, what features do I feel? What features do I feel are going to be required in order to make this successful? Well, the first feature in itself is going to be bins. That's the way to slice it here. Is that I think bins are the answer. They've always been the answers. That's how our water access communities are going to be able to address their garbage needs. Followed by security cameras, as I've articulated earlier. We can leverage technology. We can capture license plates as they come in, as they come out. Gate tags or electronic gate key fobs or RFID. Which will allow us to timestamp when a person's entered, when they've exited, with corresponding video data to confirm whether or not they've dumped illegally. Bag tags, which, as a gentle reminder to council, I moved that motion May 9th. It passed council unanimously. And so that is already up at district. It's taken district almost a year now for them not to get back to us. And will likely take a few more before they can probably answer our request for that. Carrying on, hazardous waste days at these bin sites. I think that's one thing that's missing here is that in order to minimize hazardous waste dumping in garbage bins, we should actually attempt to try to have bin days at those facilities or at those bins to collect hazardous waste rather than forcing people to have to drive up on days that are not necessarily that don't necessarily work for our community, which again, if we look at the majority of our constituents are seasonal. No tipping fees for standard household items. I know that that's a major issue with a lot of portion of my constituents is that their computer chair breaks and they have to go bring it in and they're being charged for it. Or if a broom handle doesn't fit inside a bag, they're being charged for it. Carrying on, ergonomic considerations is of our.
Say
Go
that
ahead.
last one. So no tipping fee for things
For
that
standard
doesn't
household
fit.
items.
Okay.
Okay, because the District of Muskoka gives us a 2-bag allowance. The problem is, how does a computer chair fit in a bag? And depending on who you get at the gate, they'll charge you for it or they won't charge you for it. So some will actually say, yes, I recognize that as household waste, go ahead. Others will say, no, unfortunately, you have to pay for it. I've had constituents complain to me that a broom handle was charged at $12 additional because it didn't fit in a bag.
Are we talking bin sites here, Christian, or
Transfer
depots?
stations, Baxter.
Transfer station. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Yep. So again, if we can figure out the no tipping fees or having a pickup for standard household items on specific days, specifically on weekends, to address our, our constituents. Ergonomic considerations. Again, I'm going to reiterate. Resident verification, which was another motion that I had presented to council and passed, and is currently pending further consideration by the District of Muskoka. And that resident verification is again by way of either a rear view mirror hanging tag that has a year number on it, similar to that of perhaps a license plate sticker, whereby the facility will know that it is a resident, or even as the car pulls up and is looking at a video camera, that camera can zoom in on it through the windshield. So confirming that residents are verified. Quarterly reports on tonnage, costs, etc. I think going forward, however garbage is going to look in the future, we need the data, and we're not getting that data. So whether that's the District of Muskoka doing garbage for us, or whether that's ourselves doing garbage for us, having a quarterly report submitted to us saying this is what we've done, this is what's happening, so we know where the hotspots are and how to address them. Again, organic bins, that is going to drastically cut down on our waste weight. We know this. Strong bylaws around illegal dumping. And
Kristen, can you pause for a second? Karen wants to take us out and get pictures.
yes, go ahead, please.
Correct. That's what I would like to do.
Why don't we just let them finish?
Yeah, let him finish. I was just.
And my last one is just after strong bylaw around illegal dumping is enforcement, and actually enforcing it through heavy fines. So if our cameras do pick up someone bringing in some kind of commercial drywall or something along those lines, that the bylaw officers roll out right away and issue them either a notice followed by a ticket, or actually ticket them, and then they can go through the AM system.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Pictures?
Pictures,
Yeah.
please.
Photo time.
Sorry.
There we go. Okay.
Okay, so related to the technology component, so while it's valuable while the sites are closed to catch any people who do illegal dumping, the ministry has confirmed that any open site needs to be staffed. So there is no option to have an automated system.
But then isn't that something that we could campaign with the ministry if we felt it was important? I think so.
For what? Campaign for what?
Unsupervised.
To have electronically controlled waste collection versus person controlled.
So I fully support the concept, but what I heard 5 years ago and what I heard again yesterday is if you're going to put something out there, whoever is got access to open the gate and put waste in has to be trained and certified by MECP in order to accomplish that. And therefore, this whole belief that we have of, wouldn't it be great if we just had a site where we could have basically an access card and we could go in as individuals? You would basically be training every resident in the township to pass the MECP certification, according to things today.
Okay.
I'm not saying that's where
No,
I
I
believe we should be.
understand that.
I'm just saying that I don't have any expectations that we're going to solve those kinds of issues in the next 2 years. So although I love what is being suggested, I'm not sure that we need to spend a lot of time on it other than to capture delinquents, but to give us access to it. I think it's a failed idea that we already know is going to fail. So let's not go there. Let's go do something productive.
Well, I'm gonna just politely disagree in part. And what I mean by that is, yes, we have to come up with something realistic for now.
Yes.
But I think long-term, we can set our ambitions to get things changed.
100% agree. 100% agree.
I'll agree with that.
Okay, who's next as far as, yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
So this will be pretty short. In terms of what we were just discussing, which is sort of the practicalities of solutions, I happen to think that it's going to be very costly to turn all our marinas into locations that can accept waste, because I think even with a commercial service, as I understand it, we're still going to need to meet the MOECP requirements, and that's big bucks. I at one point they said it was $3,000 or $4,000. I don't believe that for a word. I think it's going to be 15 or 20,000. And how many marinas are going to be willing to throw that at this? So is the district going to give us that money? I doubt it. Does the township of Georgian Bay have the money to pay for 12 or 15 marinas at 20,000? I don't think so. So one of the things that I hope we can figure it out. But I'm just throwing out there that one of the other ways we might be able to deal with certain areas, and we probably have to come up with different solutions depending on what we're talking about. But in Honey Harbor, we do have a school property that we acquired, and as I understand it, I don't think council's approved any other use that has been approved by council. So there is property there.
Other than fire training, for now.
For now. Let's just drink
For
it.
now.
Have a dumpster fire train.
So we have a property there, and what my thinking is that because there are so many marinas in the area of that schoolhouse, why don't we do what sort of the marinas are already doing, which is they have ATVs with wagons, and if it'd be way less expensive to have a ATV with a couple of wagons carry the waste to this site that I'm talking about.
A central location.
And there are several marinas that could do that. What about the marinas that are sort of individual, the one that you and I use, Mayor? What about Georgian Bay Landing? I'm thinking maybe there's a steel boat that takes the garbage over to the same site. Just as we talked about with the ATVs, carry it over to that site. And so the marina customers in Georgian Bay Landing and Woods Landing, or any others that are sort of off the beaten path, that's maybe a solution that could be used. And so that's adding one large, what do we call it? Not transfer station, but depot. But if it's really going to be efficient, we know right now that we've got strangely, the Honey Harbor Boat Club is collecting 3 times the amount of garbage that is going into Nautilus. That doesn't make any sense. There's something going
It
on
makes
here.
perfect sense. It's been used as an informal waste depot.
Yes, and so why do we need that happening there? And we know that it's part of the informal part of it. It's gotta be commercial. And we need to deal with that. So anyway, my suggestion is,
Sorry, so can you pause for a second? What you say it's gotta be commercial, what do you mean?
The waste is coming from commercial activity.
Oh, okay, got it, okay, yeah.
so that was sort of one of the things that I had thought about in terms of affordability, because sooner or later, we're gonna run into a brick wall in terms of cost. And so I'm trying to think of things that might make this more affordable. And the other thing is, in terms of affordability, is that if we have commercial services and it happens to come out of Simcoe County, we know that there are relatively close sites where they can dump that waste. Well, or Omadati, there's one there too. Instead of the cost for us to run from Honey Harbor down to Port Seven and all the way up to Mactier and then across to Bracebridge, are you kidding me? We're paying for all those kilometers. It's crazy. So I think we need to find a better solution, and that's all I really had to add. And I really did enjoy the discussion about skinks. So there we go.
Peter, if I could just add one to that, because your thoughts were my thoughts about that depot down there, but my one detractor from the whole thing was that it's a small hamlet. We have a lot of residential homes right close. And of course, these depots smell and stink. And you'd have, at times of the summer, you'd have the whole hamlet of Honey Harbor stinking from organic waste. And that's not detracting from anything you've said, I've said, or anybody said. It's a consideration we need to have, and a public process probably we have to go through.
Or deal with organic waste properly.
Or deal, yeah.
Well, and I'm going to chime in here and say what ends up happening if in the event that this ATV tips over and all the garbage gets thrown across the ground. You know, what kind of issue are we going to have on our hands if in the event that happens? And then we're factoring in cost of, you know, machinery. We're still having to hire resources to drive back and forth. And then we have issues with respect to who's taking the bags out, and if they throw a bag that's overly overweight, then they might hurt themselves. And you know, there's a lot more that can be, I guess, listed off on potential downstream costs if we were to adopt something like that.
Possibly, but they're using them in some of the marinas like the boat club already, so it's not a new thing, and it doesn't appear to be a problem. So I just am making a suggestion as to what we may or may not be able to afford. So, thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
If we ever get into possibly using the old school setting, I'll have to be in conflict of interest because my cousin's house is right beside it. And I'm thinking of him as his, that came up and going, I wouldn't want to be living there. I'm still stuck on marina bins. And
It's a good place to be stuck.
You're stuck.
Yeah, I still think it's a necessity. Somehow or some way we gotta figure out how we can still provide the marina access to the cottage, the water access community. Affordably.
Steve, to add to that, I was a general manager of 2 marinas in Honey Harbor. One had municipal bins, which was blue water.
Yeah, right.
The other one was South Bay Cove, which had private bins. Yeah. Okay. So I've talked to Dave Rizicki, who's the president of that, and I said to him, what are your thoughts behind that? And he said, our thoughts are going to depend on what the township tells us our thoughts are.
But right now,
very simple.
But he has another commercial entity dealing with his bins, right?
Yes. It's South Bay, yeah.
What's the cost relative to?
He adds it to his slip fees. Yeah. Every boater pays an extra $60 and it takes care of the solid waste for his whole marina. Yeah.
So why? Okay. So throw that on the table. In my mind, that type of situation, if it's viable, I don't know if it is, but why isn't it something that we should? Why are we not considering that possibility?
Privatization.
Because the district went to MECP, and MECP has now got a red flag saying all private bin sites that serve cottager marinas cannot exist without going through an ECA process.
So we tell them,
Thank you, district.
we just tell them we're dealing with yachts then.
Yes.
even if it's a
My vote.
third party that's collecting the garbage. So if it's
Yeah.
if it's GFL as an example, and they put the bin,
Yeah.
it still requires an ESA compliance. And the second, my second thought is with regards to the physical person being there, the person that's going to be supervising. The cost of that's insignificant. I mean, the person that's there right now on Muskoka Road 33, I think, is making all of $15 an hour. And I'd be surprised if he's certified in any way by any municipal requirements, because it does not look like he's in any way interested in observing. Rather, he's just there looking at license plates that have been exiled from the usage. Again, I'm going to say that the cost of supervision is not that expensive. Maybe perhaps the certification from the MECP, but once you're certified, you're certified. And one other thing that I want to say with regards to the bins is once we lose them, we lose them. We're not getting them back. And
That's
so
a good point.
if we go down this path and whatever we decide, it removes the bins. If that option that we enact fails, we're never getting these bins back. And that's going to be the end of it.
Anyway, so that's where I'm just stuck on this bin. So it's like right there. I like the idea of a tag system for any of the road access properties. I think it's a good way to deal with waste and a pay or pay, based on. I think it just works out really well, and it's equitable, as Christian said. If you had so many tags per year, well, I think we were discussing. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to go any further. Tag system.
No, but it does, you're right. It works. My family puts out one white little kitchen garbage bag a week. And it's because we don't want to pay, number one, we're cheap. And number two, we recycle and we use food cyclers and everything.
Yeah.
So you got this one little bag. And
So
and we're a family of husband and wife that live here full-time 7 days a week.
Yeah.
Why isn't everybody generating that much garbage?
That little
That's my
garbage.
question.
Yeah. And that comes back to what I've been saying all the way. I really insist on this: is a clearer message out to the full community as to what can be recycled, because that's a huge issue everywhere. We've already dealt with it because every community has different guidelines. I deal with that because I'm in Toronto, I'm in Collingwood, and I'm up here. So everybody has something different. I'm always trying to look it up. Clear messaging is really, really important from my standpoint. And I'm a fan of the Baxter Ward transfer station. I'm not a fan of the Honey Harbor, whatever you call that thing. What do you call that?
Depot.
I don't think depots don't work. Transfer stations do. If I'm going to put something in my car and go somewhere, I might as well go to Baxter Ward, and it's usually construction waste anyway. I don't mind paying for
And
that.
that's what the residents in Honey Harbor are telling me. Because if I go to the Honey Harbor Road, it's not open when I need it.
Yeah, well, that's the other joke.
It's a joke.
Yeah. So depot's a joke. That's it. I'm done.
You're good. Okay, Steve.
So mine aren't that dissimilar, and some will dovetail and some will contradict, but I realize that we're gonna, in the north inland, Miners Bay and Go Home Lake bins account for about 20% of the waste. Obviously, if we're having to remove bin sites and go to a different model, I would think that it would be a depot kind of location. I agree with, the transfer stations, a couple of depots. I don't know how to solve Honey Harbor other than bin sites. I think, it's a complicated place down there. But I think, if we have these depots, they have to be accessible, both hours and distance. If we don't have a depot that's, if we rely on Baxter Transfer and, let's say, Tower Transfer Station, and maybe South Gibson for the entire district or entire township, I can tell you people are going to put their garbage in their car and they're going to drive it home. They're not going to get in line and go to these other sites. It's just not going to be.
Do you think they'll put in their car, or they'll dump it just on the side?
They've already got it in the car.
Yeah.
Like, to get from where we are today to get to the bins, we've got to put it in the car.
Yeah. Okay.
So why am I going to stop, get in line at Baxter Transfer, because it's off the highway? It's 10 more minutes. just add it to the Toronto waste that we've got. So, we're just shifting off a problem, and maybe that's cost effective, but it's not providing service to our
People are gonna
constituents.
like it, that's for sure.
And they're not gonna like it. So, I think there has to be, if we're not having bins everywhere, a depot solution is gonna be required, and that's where I think equidistance. I think if, you're looking at South Gibson Road, if you had people from Go Home Lake, 400 people leaving on the weekend, going down South Gibson Lake Road and coming back again, we're gonna have traffic issues, we're gonna have accidents, it's gonna have, and more unhappy people. So I think we just need to be cognizant of the geographic distribution of these places. And then, being mindful of how do we collect camper garbage and motor garbage from the weekends, while at the same time keeping out the out-of-towners that are just driving up Highway 400. I think I've got a number of points on electronic access to depots, but obviously that's not really worth talking about anymore. And I think, going to Al's perspective of a base fee and add-ons, it would be useful if we maybe had a view of what the baseline cost was for garbage service, whether that was curbside pickup, transfer station, depot, or bin sites. And then, it's maybe not a user fee, but we start with a baseline, and then there's a levy depending on what your household situation is. Those would be my features.
Good.
I'm going to chime in very quickly on the electronic surveillance. Al, you'd mentioned that based on your diligence that the MOC or the MECP requires people to be supervising the facility, correct? They need a certified person to supervise. Does the MECP distinguish between, when they define supervision, someone that's physically on site, or can supervision be via camera? And the reason why I ask is because if the marina owner had a camera overlooking an electronic gated facility, and that marina owner behind the cash register is watching who comes in and comes out at any given time, would that not constitute supervision? And if that marina owner who's behind the till watching that CCTV camera of people going in and out is certified, would that then not satisfy the certification requirements?
Love your idea. I don't know if the answer is yes or no. I can tell you that I went to go into a Rogers store the other day, and they made me look up into the camera.
Yes.
And before they would open the door for me. So that
Can they let you in anyway?
Well, they were analyzing how much you had in your bank account before they let you in. So, but to my point, it's not, the electronic access is not shouldn't be precluded from consideration here. When, and I think I'm going to cite a fellow counselor. When there's a wall in front of us, we don't look at ways of just accepting the wall. Rather, we look at ways of getting around it. And it's all about creative solutions and compromises. So if the MECP requires that, to your point, if you buzz a doorbell and the marina owner watches you go in and out, that is technically supervision. There you go. Problem solved.
But I think you need to have
physically on site.
You got to have an X-ray of the bag of garbage. So
That's right. That's right. And DNA samples of what's in it as well.
They have to be there to anticipate and stop bad behavior.
So I think we got it. This is a huge point. Like if you potentially could have one certified person with looking at 18 screens with all the bin sites, and if they're certified, they can watch everything. So what we're hearing is that they have to be physically.
Yeah, but this is. So allow me, if I may, just to interrupt very quickly. The marina owner who's at their office on a Saturday afternoon is physically there. He's all of 15 feet from the office to the bin. So it's not like he's not present. He's just not physically within 3 feet, which is, if you were to look at District Road 33, from the gate to where the person sits is maybe 15, 20 feet. I would almost go so far as to say it's probably as close as the marina owner is going to be. The only difference is someone is not physically in that compound. Rather, they're watching CCTV cameras in a location where they can continue to do business at the same time. So again, I think it's something that we should be exploring, because if we could do something like where the Rogers setup is, where they push the little button, the marina owner looks and says, yeah, you're good to go, and watches him go in and go out and has a shot of his license plate, or their license plate rather, you're golden.
Well, I know the district has asked for this for the MECP. It sounds like Al has asked for this at the MECP. The other aspect as well is that if a spill occurs, the marina would be then liable for any cleanup. And I know there's insurance and whatnot, but there's the other added potential risk of someone not being there to catch someone dropping off hazardous waste or whatever. So going back to the, sorry, Al. No, I was going to say going back to the marina bin sites, because they are, it is a valuable component of our service. To get these ECA compliant, we're talking six figures. It's not a few thousand
Sorry,
dollars.
that's per or total?
Per location, you're talking roughly six figures to get them compliant.
That's a very different number than my research provided, so we can debate numbers later, but
Well, that has to be confirmed.
yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, my
absolutely
numbers that I got directly from MECP on getting ECA was in the neighborhood of 8,000 to 10,000 if you did it in a group and you did multiple entities in a group, and you basically create one instance. There's your definition. Well, you already have that. We just take the one from the Honey Harbor Road. There's your definition. Now you go kerplunk, 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 kerplunk. Anyways, so that's another
More discussion.
That's more discussion needed.
But that's like, until that's figured out, we can't go very far, because it's like everything we're hearing, that's the number one solution. Is try to keep things the way they are now.
Well, if you got 10 marinas and it's $10,000 a piece, that's $100,000. I'm sure we're gonna save more than $100,000.
Well, that's the other thing, is
over
how
the
much
first
money
year, let alone-
do we stand to say?
Depending on the figures.
Well, that's the barrier right now. We have to be.
Can I talk about cost for a second?
Sure.
And then I think this is probably important for everybody to understand, if you haven't already heard this, but the point is this. Right now we have two depots, and we have all this other service, and we are spending over $2 million a year. I've had it confirmed through James that if we got down to two depots, no other services, we're about $1 million a year.
But depots or transfers?
Transfer sites, sorry.
So the two transfer sites are Baxter and
Tower Road and Baxter.
okay, thank you.
Now if we go to finance department, the finance department's numbers are nominally, if I have a $500,000 property, it's costing me $300 a year in mill rate costs. Now, how many people have a $500,000 cottage? Not too many people. So let's talk about $1 million. At $1 million, it's nominally $600 per property.
Okay.
We just heard that the marina at South Bay costs $50 they charge $50 per slip,
right?
$50 per boat for waste. Now, my calculations for Nautilus and the boat club from 5 years ago were that they would likely have to pay about $200 a year for private lifts, and they could charge the current numbers that are being charged today. So if it's $600 per resident for the total service today, if we just paid the two transfer sites, that drops down to 300.
300, right?
And you could charge 300, so no change for $1 million cottage, but now you got a private service.
Right.
Now, how many $1 million properties do we have out there? Not too many. You start going up and down the shore, it's like $1 million, $1.5 million, $2 million, and up. And so now we start having economies of scale. And so the point really comes down to, if we just boil it down to two minimum transfer sites as the bottom, and we add our services on top, I'll bet you the marina operators could get it from, my guess, of 200 down to maybe probably 50 or 100. And so now we have a financial situation where, as a marina operator, the numbers and the models that I put together 5 years ago were that the boat club and Nautilus could generate a 20 to 30,000 net revenue to the bottom line each year. And so I've asked again, are you interested? And their response is, if we can generate revenue over and above our costs, we're interested. And so back to the example, if we have 10 marinas, 10,000 a marina, $100,000 to get the ECA definition, then we've solved a $10,000 problem. But if they're going to generate $20,000 to $30,000 a year of extra revenue, then they can cover those costs. Yes, there's going to be some zoning issues that we need to look after. There's going to be, they need to buy fencing and they need to get some training and they need to do a bunch of other little things, but that's not huge numbers. But even if it costs them $20,000 to put their own site in, and they can charge $20,000 a year of net profit. So year one, it's a wash, and then $20,000 a year in the future. These guys are looking for other paths of revenue. So from a marina standpoint, it makes a whole lot of sense. But there are other problems in our township that can't be solved in a simple marina type structure.
Right.
So,
but you're, so
Karen,
the biggest,
Karen,
the
let
biggest,
Karen go first.
Sorry.
And then I'd like to
Christian
hear
is,
what you have to say.
Councilor Graziano is asking that we lower the slide so he can see, I'm assuming it's so we can see the table more collectively.
stop sharing.
No.
Yeah.
I'm asking we are currently broadcasting the slide presentation, and that's not allowing me to see the rest of council. So what I have to do is I have to constantly pin it. So it's just, there we go. Brilliant. Done. Thank you.
Thank
That's what
you.
Karen was saying.
Also, lunch is here, whenever we want to break.
What happens to
Don't worry about that.
So I got a turn?
Let's
Yeah,
have, let's have
yeah,
Peter
yeah.
finish
Yeah.
first.
so go ahead. Is you the last one?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, make it quick. Go ahead and then we'll break for lunch and come back to it.
The hell, if Hazel can control the floor, then why can't I? I like all this, and I think we see a few hurdles that I think we have to clear. And what disturbs me a little bit is, well, MECP says, no, you can't do this. Well, I don't think we should accept that for a couple of reasons. One is they've heard from individuals asking questions in certain ways. And I think without a full discussion, their answer might change a little. Also, if their answer is based on the current regulations that are not equitable,
yeah,
i.e. do not treat water access residents fairly, or treat yachters better than they treat cottagers, I think this has to be pointed out, and we have to find something.
Did you say otters?
Yachters,
Oh.
boaters, cabin cruisers, whatever you want to call those people.
Otters, I didn't know that, dealing with otters, okay, yeah.
The liveaboard boats versus the cottagers.
We ought to do that.
Yeah,
There's no one other than a White Islander.
but I think we have to recognize that we have also, like, for instance, I'm frustrated that we haven't had more uptake yet or more promotion of the food cycler system.
Yes.
And why? Because I think food cyclers can take care of 50% of our garbage.
A lot of our.
50% and 80%. I've rounded off these figures before, but to me, if our bins did not contain organics, we could potentially take care of 50% of our problem by encouraging everybody to use food cyclers. Yeah. This new, when I say new, because it's now staffed, the South Lake Gibson, South, whatever the heck all those words in the right order are, that bin site on South Gibson Lake Road, depot rather, yeah, the now depot doesn't collect organics. If it collected organics, I bet you that organics would represent close to half the weight that they are collecting.
Or
Or more.
Food Cycle has a solution for that.
Yeah.
A municipal
Well,
green bin site.
but to me, even better, as those of us who have a food cycler at home know, the food cycler means you don't have to put that smelly, stinky, wet stuff in your car or boat because it's taken care of.
Yeah.
Even if you take the end product of the food cycler and throw that in your garbage or green and carry it, it's so much more pleasant than what you put into And it's, to me, that's a number one solution that we can take care of almost half our problem for everybody, whether or not they have roadside or they have waste depot or they have bins, it doesn't matter. So I think that should have a real emphasis. And I wish the district would get on board with it, but they don't like it because they've spent a ton of money on an organics program that basically picks up organics roadside, but that doesn't help us.
Increase.
Yeah.
So many gas.
So right now, what's the status of that?
The food cycler, we offer food cyclers to our residents at a discount. rate.
Significant discount.
And we've
How
sold,
much? How much?
well, the $800 food cycler we sell for $350.
It's basically 50%. Generally.
How big?
Well, that one,
5 liters.
5 liters.
There's one in the lunch.
More than enough.
And
Stephen will sit in it.
And there's one at the front door too.
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah.
You can pretend you're a resident and get one cheap.
Yeah,
For a household of 2 people, you fill the basket, fill the basket, fill the basket, and about every 3 days you push the button and it takes about 4 hours and you have a little tiny dust ball in the bottom of it.
and then what I have found in my case, I have 2 baskets. So, because I put the food cycler in the pump house and we fill one basket while the other one's being processed. And I find with in the summer with visitors and all that, it's every second day roughly in our case, I swap baskets. Works beautifully. That's one thing. Second thing is, I really do think it's important that we control volume. So I'm all in favor of a tag system. And where the taxpayer is issued 100 tags a year or 75 tags a year, or whatever we decide the right rate is, every taxpayer gets them and they tag their bag. And that we then need a control system where you're not allowed to put anything in a bin that doesn't have a tag on it. And I think we should go one step further and say, you're not allowed to put organics in the bin, full stop.
That'd be good.
It would be manned, so
Yeah, and
supervised.
so to me, these things are part of our solution, in my opinion. I very much am in favor of the electronic camera, whatever you want, controls of any Insight, waste depot, transfer station. I am quite concerned that the charge out model for a transfer station is different than for a waste depot, and I think that's by the district, and I think that's something that has to be looked at, because I don't think we need more waste scales in this township. We have 2. And I think that if you're producing commercial garbage, or if you have a car or a trailer full of construction debris because you're doing renovation, the fact you have to drive a little farther, I don't think that's an issue.
Shouldn't be.
I think we should be considering, personally, a couple more waste depots, such as one that would serve the Go Home Lake, because I think inconvenience is important. I really do. And I think we have to look at people, especially the water access people, and say, if we're not going to set up waterside waste depots, which I think would be outrageously expensive because we don't have the property for them, then we have to look at making ways that their garbage disposal is only a little inconvenient as opposed to obnoxiously inconvenient. And having them line up at a transfer station at Sunday night, because even though I know that things are spread out much more than they used to be, in my experience, Sunday night's still the busiest time on the road. And that's why I try to avoid them. The lineup at a transfer station where you have to weigh everybody in is just impractical. It just doesn't make sense realistically for half our residents. The other thing I think that we have to talk about is the education, communication, and where I think what we need our residents. And this isn't true of many of them, but it's true of some of them. We need our residents to take more responsibility. They have to be better at sorting. Don't even bring the organics to us. Take care of it yourself, one way or another. Some people have worms. Some people have pits out their back, and we have the food cycler option. So recycling, we have too much of our recycling that is so-called contaminated. We have to make sure everybody understands very clearly what they can and can't recycle. And we have to explain to them that, you know, we want our waste, our garbage to be true garbage, not, well, I mean, we don't want people coming in with bags full of everything and just.
Yes.
So we don't want it
Convenient.
that's super convenient. I think we also have to look very much, and this has come up in various ways, I'll call it fair costing. What I mean by fair costing is saying, okay, when are we getting a fair deal from district and when are we not? And do we address that as district or elsewise? And my final comment is, I think that if the MECP and the district are insistent on making marina site collection such a pain in the ass that nobody's gonna do it, then they shouldn't be providing it. And we should be going to a model that works all across this province, whether we want to admit it or not, whether MECP wants to admit it or not. The great majority of marinas in this province are one of two models. A, they don't provide garbage service, full stop. Or B, they provide it as a commercial business, just like that retailer you go to in the city who has a bin in their backyard. Just like the contractor who has bins in their yard, some of them, to take their waste. Why can't a marina, as a commercial business, have a marina in their yard to take care of their waste? Whether it's waste that they produce from the mechanics shop, whether it's waste they produce from wrapping boats and unwrapping them, whether it's waste that they are willing to collect for a fee from their customers. To me, if MECP says a commercial business cannot operate bins, then I'm gonna say, then what are you doing about all the yacht havens in this province? What are you doing about all the retailers who have garbage bins in their, by their back door?
McDonald's.
The
I
McDonald's,
was gonna say, we got these,
the Tim Hortons down
the
here.
companies that, will put a dumpster on your lot and then take away
Yeah.
your junk.
So, you know, to me,
They take anything,
fair
Anything,
is
exactly.
fair, and I
even
I
my
don't
neighbor's
think
stuff,
we as a township.
because I said I got extra.
Can I
Sorry.
speak and
Yeah.
finish?
Please.
I don't think it's fair that we as a township should just accept at face value that, no, you can't do that.
Right.
Well, let's figure out a way that we can. And I think to Councillor Hazelton's point, if you are going to a marina and the marina is gonna say to you, your dock fees are going up $150 next year because we're gonna provide, if you were gonna provide you with a bin so you don't have to drive to a transfer station.
Yeah.
I'm willing to bet that many a customer of theirs will accept that, or they might choose to move to a marina that doesn't offer that service because they want to take care of the garbage themselves. But between spending, like, if I were a cottager and I was offered a food cycler bin for $350, I'd say I'm paying that just for the convenience.
Yeah.
And the pleasure of it. And bonus, in reality, their taxes should go down a little because we're collecting less solid waste over time.
And to my point, that if we did that, and if everybody had a food cycler, they pick up my garbage every week.
Yeah.
I have half a white bag sitting out
Yeah.
at the curb and they pick it up every
Yeah.
week. Let's stop the weekly collection, go to it every other week collection like we do in the winter. We just saved 50%
Yeah.
on the curbside pickup. Just as simple as that. So if you're using a food cycler, you don't need to put your food out every week because it doesn't stink in your garage,
And you don't
and
as
you can
much.
wait 2 weeks and put it out every 2 weeks,
Agreed.
and then we save
Agreed.
half our curbside pickup. So
Yeah, I have curbside pickup at home, and every second week I put a garbage pail out that's barely half full.
Yeah, same here.
And as far as your marina comment, I think it's wonderful. I hope we can work out something with MOECP. It's a very good idea, and I think we need to remember that if we have a base fee for the transfer station, whatever the hell they're called, bin sites, for the 2 or maybe 3, and the marina's charging me money, I would expect that I get a base fee charged in taxes and only that. And the person that gets curbside pays for their curbside.
I think we got some great suggestions here. The only thing we haven't addressed, and I really need to bring this up, is the 2 bin sites we have now currently at South Gibson Lake Road and Miners Bay. Is it Miners Bay up there? or
You can
go home.
So it's a depot at South Gibson, there are bin sites at
Currently, yeah, because they changed it and so we've talked a lot about the marinas and we've talked a lot about Honey Harbor and we've talked a lot about the main depots. What we haven't focused on is those two operations that are critical to those two communities. And what are those two groups of people gonna do in the future? And how are we gonna service those two?
Well, that's why I say we need, I think we need a couple more, or at least a couple of waste depots to complement our transfer stations, but they shouldn't cost as much as the transfer stations, because we don't have to go through the scales and it doesn't have to be as significant an investment. It can be $100,000 investment versus $1 million investment, or whatever the numbers are to create a transfer station versus a waste depot. But they should be able, we should have the same costing model with the district. The district, when it's a transfer station, they cover, I think, at least half the transfer costs to get the garbage to the dump.
Mhm.
With the waste depot, we pay 100%.
Oh,
Now, wait a minute here.
what's that about?
Yeah, like, we part of what we need to do, once we narrow this down to what we want, is a fair costing system.
I'm going to jump in and just reiterate to the, to the council here today that, again, I think that we are failing to recognize the fact that there is someone that is going to be having these negotiations on our behalf, because they're the ones that control the collection right now. So we can't go to the MECP ourselves and negotiate directly with the MECP, because it's the district that's responsible for collection, and it's going to be them that tells us what they're going to do. I just, it is the reality, it's the objective reality here that we talk great, we have good ideas, but they're all assuming that we can control and influence the outcome when we can't. It's the district.
Disagree strongly.
So please enlighten me then on how we can influence and change the direction of the services that the district is going to give us without us repatriating the garbage collection ourselves.
I think that if we approach the district and explain to them why we're approaching the province, they have a choice whether they're going to join us or not. But we have other issues where we discuss with district the lack of equity, and they have responded. And so I think that I don't think we can rule it out. I mean, I'm quite convinced. I mean, right now, Greg and I are actively talking to them about future arrangements on OPP. And it's taken a bit of work, but they're at the table. And we have to make, where it's gonna end up, I don't know, but it's an active conversation. We had an active conversation on hospital funding, and we made real progress there. Like, I think that I think district is willing to some extent to work with us, but I also think at the same time, we as a township have to approach, whether it's the province or it's the federal government, whatever the matters are, to make sure our story is heard.
Well, the counter argument that I'm going to make to that is, yeah, let's invite them. Sure. Let's see if they want to actually work with us and the MECP to determine whether or not there's going to be a way to save these bins. But in reality, we're end of Q1 of FY24. And according to the transition plan that they've outlined in their report, by 2025, all of our bin sites will be changed to drop-off depots. So I don't think we really have a lot of time here in which to dilly-dally with conversations and hopes for the best. Rather, if we are going to influence change, we need to influence change tomorrow, as in literally tomorrow.
I think we're having a discussion today.
Yeah.
Well, again,
Because
we can have a discussion. That's not the issue here. We can come up with creative ideas. It's how we enact those ideas, and recognizing the fact that according to district, who is responsible for our collection, they have a plan that, and it doesn't stay in when, but within 2025 will be converted. So our timeline is very compressed, meaning that we need to action ASAP.
I think we know that. Greg.
If I may, there's a lot of and I know there's a lot of difficulty trying to overcome the Marina bin sites issue that we have right now. And part of that is what can and cannot, and we cannot do in terms of the regulatory framework. And we've been around the table listening to feedback firsthand, secondhand. I think it's an important takeaway for me together with the district is to actually bring the ministry to the table and answer your questions directly so that for once and for all, we can, you know, either go one direction or the other in terms with the Marina bin sites. So
Is it, how's your, can you do that in combination with your MPP?
Yeah.
I would go so far as to say also bring our lawyer involved in the meeting as well. I think we should have legal representation there to advise us on what is allowed based on, you know, the MECP and Ontario legislation.
I think step one is to get Graydon in the room without a lawyer to explain the situation and get their staff working on it. Because if we walk in day one with a lawyer, then they're gonna just get their backs up.
And we're incurring costs that we don't know.
but in the interim, though, it's something that we haven't quite captioned yet. But and I don't want to lose it in case we go down another avenue. There is a potential interim solution for the waste bin sites, which is having mobile trucks that are licensed. They have to be staffed, but you could have several trucks in the meantime. While we go through whatever process that we may want to, which may take several years, we don't know, but there is a stopgap there that you could have a vehicle there, and it could be parked for 12 hours. You could have.
Okay, that was gonna be my question, because what the district is proposing is a 2 hour
7 days
stretch.
a week. Who's gonna pay for that?
We lose the bin sites, we lose the bin sites. That's it.
Yeah, we don't want to lose the bin sites.
So just as a data point, the volume of garbage being picked up, the lifts on a weekly basis from Boat Club, from Nautilus, would demand multiple trucks. The truck is not capable of handling that volume.
Oh, gotcha.
I have all of the lift volumes by day for an entire year for all of the marinas in Honey Harbor, and a truck will not do the job. So that might work for these smaller water access communities on these other lakes in Muskoka, but that's not a solution for us. And we've already heard it twice. One from James Steele in a conversation I had with him, where I said to him bluntly, could we back down to 2 transfer sites that we currently have at no other services? And he said, yes. So everything we're talking about is extra. And we've already heard as of yesterday that MECP would support endorsing ECAs for each marina or other locations. So these are additive services that we can pick.
But they're pre-existing though. I mean, they are additive to 2 transfer stations, but they are pre-existing. It's not like we don't offer that service, or the district doesn't offer that service today.
Oh, I'm not suggesting that I'm not arguing on that point. All I'm saying is today, if we go to the district and say, give us 2 transfer sites and nothing else, they would do it. Now, the next point is we have all these other services that we have been enjoying so far. The question then is, how do we continue to deliver those services? And would district be interested in participating and doing some of those services? Or would we have to go
Curbside.
and do them all separately? And so if we don't start thinking about that as a base and then add these services up and then get district to either buy in or not buy in, then we have no idea how we can go forward. We've got to figure out if are marina sites available? Yes. Are other transfer sites possible? How would we go about doing that? Because right now, if we go with the district plan, we're going to go from $2+ million a year to probably $3+ million a year, which means that $1 million cottage, instead of costing them $600 a year in mill rate assessed waste, they're going to be $1,000 a year in mill rate assessed rate. So, Brian, you'll be paying $1,000 a year to have that little white bag picked up every 2 weeks.
And I pay $1,400 a year for my taxes. So
Yeah,
he's up there.
I think you have to be careful. I mean, whatever garbage service district provides, whatever level we pick.
Yep.
It'll be charged based on assessment, because that's the way the municipality does it.
No, they don't have to do it. And I've already verified that with our county department, where if there is a service that we offer that is definable for a particular community,
Okay, but then that particular community will be charged based on their assessment.
no, they could be charged out as, just like with water and sewer today.
Yes.
There's an ability to do things differently, and we need to exercise all of these levers to figure out what works for our communities. So for example, let's say that Go Home Lake wants to put in a transfer site just for Go Home Lake.
Or a
The-
depot.
Hmm?
Or a depot.
Or
Just
depot,
making
or
sure
whatever,
we're-
whatever the right word is. If they wanted to do that, they could choose to bill the Go Home Lake residents.
Community, yeah.
Basically, it's gonna cost $1 million. We're gonna allocate that over 400, 425, 450 cottages. Done. Okay, they can do that as long as it's definable a service. But now, right now, we're just blasting everything across the whole
Yeah, it's
township.
average, yeah.
The people who are getting roadside service are paying enormous amounts of money for something that is dirt cheap, supposedly. If the district wants to deliver that service, and it only costs nominally $200 a year, but the average cottager who's got $1 million cottage is paying $600 a year, why would I continue to go down that path? Like, that makes no sense.
I have one quick, because I have to leave. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to leave before the lunch or before the end of the meeting, but one quick point. One quick question to you is, before we assembled here today, there was a notion that maybe to bring this forward, there would be a task force put together with members of council, members of the community. And we didn't do that in lieu of gathering here today and collectively putting our thoughts together. My question to you is, do you think that moving forward with a plan to bring to district or to the province, we should assemble a smaller task force than all of council that is focused solely on this issue? Or should we continue to go through the process we're going through now for the next couple of years? I think, I just wanted to know your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, I can give you my thoughts on that. I mean, there's, if you pull together a committee or task force, the mandate has to be very, very clear. Because that has a potential of really taking 2 years on its own. I've seen committees that.
And we've already seen it.
So I mean, to me, I think that's something that should be considered once we understand what we're talking about. Like I have a bunch of questions that I want us to get into because there's a couple key barriers here, but I think we have some common ground. I think we have to cross off the things that we have after we have lunch, come back here, cross off the things that we seem to have agreement on, and then focus on a couple areas where it seems like there is some common ground, but there's a lack of understanding right now of what you're allowed to do.
Right.
And that's really you got to cover that off before you go too far. But it's got to be something that's done fairly quickly because I sense the urgency and moving to action pretty quick.
Like Councillor Bocek. Sorry, go ahead.
I was thinking we should break for lunch, but go one more comment from you, Christian.
Yeah, I was going to say, like Councillor Blowcheck, I have a hard stop at 1 p.m. given that today's was scheduled for 1 o'clock. So my assistant scheduled around after 1 p.m. So I'm going to conclude with my thoughts. Yes, again, I'm going to reiterate that I strongly feel that a committee of council is going to help action on it. I think that we just don't have anyone that's going to do the heavy lifting here. And I think that we do need a a task force that's going to facilitate the direction of council and do the heavy lifting that is required in order to move this matter forward. With that said, 3 resolutions here that I think I personally would like to see. One is that we capture legal opinion on what can and can't be done. 2, whether that happens in a meeting with Graydon or before a meeting with Graydon, perhaps even more prudent that we do it before a meeting with Graydon, so we know going into the conversation with Graydon what's allowed and what isn't. Secondly is a cost assessment of what it's going to cost us to repatriate relative to what we're paying now, and if it makes sense. And then lastly, yes, let's talk with Graydon, but we have to run offense in parallel to diplomacy. Otherwise, in 05 or 2025, we're going to find out that we've ran out of time and we're going to have to swallow that pill that the District of Muskoka has given us. That is it. So I'm going to conclude with that, and I have to drop off at 1 o'clock. So if we break for lunch now, then I likely will not be logging back in afterwards.
Good points, Christian.
Should we break for lunch? Yeah, okay. Come back, start back again at 1:45 for about half an hour, something like that.
We're not recording, so we have some sort of
We are?
minutes. Oh, we are recording, so I can look at this later if I have to leave now.
It's complicated, but yeah, sit around the way, yeah.
But there is minutes regardless, so I can catch, that's all.
Yeah.
It's just because
Yeah.
we all know where we are.
Yeah.
And we all want this to happen after lunch, so as long as I have minutes.
We'll have it all sorted out
Yeah.
after lunch. Don't
That's
worry.
what I expect.
Oh, yeah,
In a
It'll
half
be
an
done.
hour.
it'll all be done.
Okay.
Did you want to mute?
Yeah, okay, so we're gonna go for lunch, so I'm gonna mute. What are we saying?
Did we capture those points that Christian gave us?
I wrote them down.
The 4 points that Christian just provided.
I haven't been taking
Yeah.
as diligent notes as because of
If we can get Christian to
this.
send them through.
He wants a legal opinion, he wants cost assessment, and then he wants a political meeting with Braden.
Yes.
You
Are
said you had
And
resolutions.
the waste task force, because someone is going to need to do the heavy lifting.
What's happening? Yeah, okay,
Take care, everyone.
thank you.
Bye, guys.
Have a good afternoon.
Thank
And
you, bye
ladies.
now. Oh, can you hit escape?
But I agree,
On the
if we bring in the MOECPs, we just find out from the horse's mouth exactly what they're talking about, it helps a
Yeah,
lot.
yeah. Let's, start loading up, building up and show up.
Okay, so we are live again.
Okay, we're live. Gotta be
Mhm.
careful what we say.
Yeah.
All right, so I think the last thing that we want to do, I think we have some common ground, and I just want to go there for a minute. So I think there was some common ground in establishing that baseline service.
Yes.
So which is 2 transfer sites where where they are right now, run by the district. So that's that kind of baseline. Are we good? That's kind of status quo, right? Like that's that
Yeah.
baseline. Then in addition to that, we're trying to, okay, but before we get to the in addition to, we also talked about expanding the role of curbside to use as many private roads as possible. So that's really part of the baseline.
Yeah, and that's that's the one where the district has just initiated a study, which they don't think they're gonna be completed for maybe up to 2 years.
Okay.
Determining what their criteria or their policy is around servicing private road addresses.
Okay, so as far as the township is going, it's to push the district to move that along as quick as possible.
Yeah.
So, but on that, I think what's really important to also understand is that it's, and this is why the bag tag thing has to be integral with the roadside thing. Because, in my ward, Honey Harbor, we have tons of road access properties. A lot of them are on private roads, some of them are on public roads, but rarely do these residents, unless they're year-round residents, rarely do they get a chance to use it because they don't have bare bins at the base of their driveway, and they are not around on Wednesday for their pickup or whenever it is. And so I would say that out of every 100 people who have access to roadside pickup, you probably would be lucky to get 25 or 30 that are actually able to take advantage of it. And so the roadside, the bag tag thing is so critical because
that has to go with it.
Yes.
Okay.
And also I think what that does if the district delivers that service, it means, first of all, they don't ever have to know if a property is opted in or opted out of roadside. All they have to know is, did they buy the bag tag? Okay. And do they have bag tags in their bags? Or the bags on the side of the road? Fine, pick them up. If they're not, it's so simple.
Yeah.
So simple.
So that's why so that's the other thing. There's widespread support for that bag tag system.
Yes.
You want to say, are you comfortable with the number? Is it 75 a year? Is it 100 a year? Is there?
So the district, MECP told me that one of the districts up here had 52 bag tags a year. And they recognized that after a year of doing that, there was way too many and they dropped it to 26.
Oh,
and 26 bag tags a year, every other week you have a bag, and that's what their expectation is. But I think from our community standpoint, that should be something that we can figure out. What does it cost for that kind of service? And do we give people 26 bag tags, 52 bag tags? I don't know what the number is.
Yeah.
But the bag tags, what they get would be free. That's part of the service the district will provide. Or is that an upgrade?
Well, I think personally, I think that's an upgrade that we opt into. The bag tags, I think, should cover the cost of that incremental service. So if you have,
in addition to that base,
So right.
That's in addition to the base,
right? So basically, what we're saying is, drop the base to the 2 transfer sites, and that drops everybody's taxes for waste in half right off the bat. Now, you want to go buy 25 bag tags or 50 bag tags at whatever the number is, as long as those bag tags are costed out to recover the cost of the service being delivered, bingo, problem solved.
Okay, so we'll leave the note.
But I want to take that one step further.
Yeah.
Are you contemplating that if a truck is going down a road, like the road here, Lone Pine Road, that some people may have opted in and some people may not have opted into roadside?
Yep.
So therefore that truck has to know that that driveway pick up, that driveway don't, that's,
No,
that's gonna be very complicated.
no, they don't have to know anything. If the bag has a tag on it, pick it up.
Yeah.
Period, full stop, doesn't matter.
How are they gonna see that?
But they'll
They
just
see
see the
it.
bag.
They'll see a bag
right?
with the tag on it.
Wellington County has that set up. And if there's a bag there, they pick it up.
And
And if
if
there's no bag there, they don't pick it up.
People put out bags.
I know, but if they have a bag with no tag, they're not picked up.
That's the clarification.
Bag
we
with
need.
the tag.
Bag with the
Okay,
tag.
Bag with the
yes.
tag.
okay.
Yeah.
That way, there's no need to worry about opt in, opt out. It's simply a bag with a tag. If you have a bag and no tag, it's not getting picked up. Doesn't matter what, that this tracking of opting in and opting out doesn't matter.
The reason I bring it up is, and I'm trying to put my district hat on for a moment.
Yep.
Is if we decide that bag tags are 100% optional, in other words, you can buy 50 bag tags if you want, whether or not you're putting it on your roadside, or good luck having it picked up at the dock, but that's a separate story, or taking it to a waste depot or a transfer station. If the bag is tagged, that means you've already paid to dispose of that bag.
Mhm.
Yeah.
My concern is we're gonna end up with situations, we already have at the end of Honey Harbor Road, we're gonna end up with situations where a truck goes zipping up and down Lone Pine Road and picks up 3 bags.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And a week later picks up 6, and
Yeah.
a week later picks up 2, and a week later picks up 20. That inconsistent service, you're gonna end up with something like we have at the end of Honey Harbor Road. The truck doesn't even go down the last leg, because nobody ever puts out garbage, even though by rights, there's a few residents there that have roadside pickup privileges. So we have to be a little bit careful, I think.
Yeah, but we have that problem today because they go down the roads by off Baxter Loop, where half the people are not there at any time, and they're all being assessed for roadside pickup, but they can't take advantage of it. And anyways, I'm not saying I have the perfect solution to it, but
No,
the bag tag thing seems to be,
because what I'm thinking will be very interesting, if we went down that road, is at a certain point, district or the service provider says, I'm not going down that road, it ain't worth my while to pick up 3 bags.
okay, so the solution to that could be what Kristen has articulated, which is there are bare bins at the end of private roads, right at the edge of a public road, and all the people on the private road put their garbage in the bare bin. And because it's at the edge of the public road, the district stops and picks it up. So in a situation,
Provided they're tagged.
right, well, in the future, if they're tagged,
Well,
but today they get
Right.
picked up. Because they're in the bare bin on the public road.
I'm sorry, this is a proposal or this is being done?
It's being done
It's being
today.
done now.
Okay. Okay,
It's being
yeah.
done today.
But in a limited sense.
In a
It's not-
limited
not
sense,
every-
but in the future,
Mhm.
roadside pickup, if I'm on a small lane where there's like 10 properties or 20 properties, maybe the solution is
Bare
the
bin.
truck never drives down there, but I have a bare bin at the end of that road near the next bigger intersection. And I have a license or whatever to allow me to put my bag in there. I don't know what the solution is.
But there's some solution there. So.
It makes sense except for those people that decide they don't want to play by the rules, which we gotta figure out, but yeah.
Okay.
Or you're right, and it's too individualistic,
Well,
which it could very well
yeah,
be.
well, I mean, but I think it's going down a road that has to be explored.
Yeah,
If you
for
would
sure.
allow that on.
Yeah.
Is that a fun?
Well, it's also a way to keep it maybe more cost acceptable.
Yeah,
from the
because
taxpayer.
we know very well, and I remember this is my first time I campaigned. There were people on 6 Mile Lake that hated roadside pickup. Because they didn't think it was convenient, they thought it was horrible because it came on Wednesdays and they were never there on Wednesdays, and they didn't want to invest in a bear bin.
And their neighbors put garbage out and it attracted the bears and coons.
And so with the bare bins, you'd still require the bag tags.
Yeah.
Is there any bag tags right now?
No.
It has
You actually, you can buy bear tags. You can buy bag tags and they'll sell them to you, for instance, at the transfer station, because you're only allowed to bring in 2 bags of garbage when you show up.
Oh, I see.
But if you want to get rid of your 3rd or 4th, you have to tag it.
And can you see these tags from a distance?
I don't even know what they look like.
I'm sure
what I
they can
mean?
be, I'm sure they can be designed so that you, I mean,
Because we
just
use big yellow bags instead of tags. They're just you pay for the bag and then you see it.
There's an idea. I like that
Okay.
idea.
we
Brandon, Al Hazelton Garbage Service.
and it's got a big Wellington County sign on it, and so there's
No
no,
joke, TJ.
like the driver, which is outsourced, the driver knows right away. It's a county dog. It's the other option for that. But it comes out to be about $2 a bag, and it's the same as if we bring it to a transfer station. Okay, so some common ground there.
Could I throw another one out?
Yeah.
Just in that, we need to remember that if you do the mathematics on the whole system, what I've determined is that curbside pickup is hugely subsidized. It has to be, because what we're being charged,
Well,
whether,
the part of the explanation there is the provider is quoting district the rate per driveway,
correct,
and that's district wide. So the 3 people down that one road are paying the same per driveway as the 3 people who are right next to each other downtown Huntsville.
right.
Yeah.
And so whether they drive all the way over here and they drive down one little road and they pick up
One person's garbage.
one
maybe.
person's garbage, and we're paying, I forget, it's 130, or one year, a couple of years ago, it was $135 a year. And I thought, how the hell do they do it for that? It's because between us boys and girls,
And anybody watching.
and anybody watching, there may be some issues in terms of the fact that certain counselors and staff members live in those towns where the subsidized, where it's a very low price. It's even less expensive for us, but it's the curbside's been kept quite low. So just remember that.
Bring it snow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something that we may want to take advantage and expand upon. maybe.
Yeah, exactly. And so my point is, yes, we may want to expand on that because it's so subsidized. Now, if they change the mathematics on it, it could be the other way around.
Yeah, good, absolutely.
It's an interesting concept. Bag tags at the marinas and have curbside pickup at the marinas.
I think our docks is really what I'd like to thank you.
I was kind of hoping for dockside pickup. That was going to be my overreach on all this. Your dockside pickup.
Well, drive a licensed truck at the dock and park it there for a few hours every day.
I'd rather have a licensed truck out at my dock.
How about your dock?
We used to have dockside pickup
Yeah, we
years
did.
ago. Local teenagers, they'd come
same here.
down, they'd look,
I had my cousins.
aluminum boat, take it away,
Yeah.
deliver newspapers on a.
I know,
I never knew where they dumped it, but they always took it away.
in the middle of Minnetonka Island.
They were doing that at one point.
So this is one of the big thing here though is the bins at the marinas, right? Like,
Yep.
is there, I'm asking this question because I don't know, because I'm hearing different things here. Is there an opportunity to say, here's the bins, the marinas, they will comply with these things. In addition to getting their ECAs, they have to put in place security camera key fobs and a whole list of things, and then go to the ministry and with the district and say, this is our number one option. This is how we're going to change and address the environmental concerns of the bins. We're going to be doing these things. Is that an option?
We don't have the information at the moment.
So yeah, we don't know the cost. So part of that answer is we don't know the question.
Actually,
The MOUCP or yeah.
if I could.
Yeah.
In order to have a bin, you need to have first of all, you need an ECA.
Yeah.
You need to have the property zoned to be able to have that, those bins on the site. That's not currently zoned.
And we're only talking about the property where the bins are, right?
Exactly.
Right, okay.
By the way, you may remember in 2020, I put a resolution, it was passed, but no action was taken on it. But that was 2020. I can give you the number if you're interested, because I looked it up. Anyways, so we need ECA, we need zoning, we need trained employees, we need record keeping, which is apparently fairly simple and straightforward. We need an environmental liability insurance policy. And according to the insurance broker who does the insurance for most of these marina, he says you already have it generally if they sell gas. So if they're selling gas, they already have that
umbrella
environmental
policy.
issue.
Yeah.
He doesn't think it's going to be a big lift from there.
Okay.
That's
Fencing, setback.
yeah. I mean, the model that we see on Honey Harbor Road So visually, when you, whatever you see,
Right.
that's what would have to
And that,
be
and to me, that's the
in
fencing
every
more than anything else.
individual
Get
site.
that setback from the waterway
Well,
is.
and
is-
drainage
is-
control to some degree.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
so
Sorry, what was that comment?
drainage
drainage.
control, there
Yeah,
may be,
yeah.
depending on the circumstances,
Yeah.
there
Right.
may need to be some special work done to prevent
Yeah.
possible drainage.
Yeah,
Are you
from my mind,
saying-
like Village
are
Marina,
you
the slope
saying-
is to the lake, so that's an issue.
That, what's his name, Chris Hyde?
Yes.
Is saying that it has to be staffed at that site whenever garbage goes into it?
He's saying that the staff at the marina will be responsible for ensuring that the waste going in complies with the requirements.
Right.
And that's where some of the insurance cuts in. But when I described to him what our marina and what boat club does, where they have a garden tractor, they have a small trailer,
Right.
people put the garbage in, he goes up, now he is responsible for putting the garbage in
Right.
that complies with MECP.
Would that mean that he's responsible for putting the recyclables in the recycling, the blue bin and the regular garbage in the brown bin?
So garbage in the brown bin, recycling in the blue bin, but guess what? Our marinas, the only bin site, South Gibson Lake Road, they have the proper signs telling you all recycling goes into one bin.
Nobody else
But the
does.
rest of us are all still working on the old information.
Yeah.
The district failed to give us an update saying, well, you could put your containers in the same place as your cardboard and everything else. No, they,
So how do we have two blue bins, say at Village Marina, two blue bins, and one says paper and one says everything else, right?
Okay, but one of the reasons I asked the question I did about staffing
Yeah,
is that if somebody has to sit there, it's gonna make it so unaffordable, on top of all this other
right, and the point,
stuff that we've gotta do here.
anything else,
Forget it.
point
and
was,
the point that Chris confirmed is if the marina has a couple guys that have been trained, girls, and they are looking after either helping a customer put the garbage in or taking the waste to the site themselves, that complies with what the requirement would
yeah, they
be.
have to be sitting outside the.
But then-
They don't have to.
They're not,
sit there.
it's not an overly wasted job.
But the next question would be at 10 o'clock at night when you're showing up.
Yes.
And all the marina staff are going home,
Yes,
what can you do with your garbage at that marina?
well, that's part of the problem that would have to be addressed, and that's part of the problem going forward that it looks like we are all gonna have a new set of rules to live by. And I think all we're really trying to do here is come up with a base set of rules that we could actually live with. But, you know, if you are going to come to the marina at 10 o'clock at night and there's nobody working,
Don't take garbage.
don't take garbage, or
Well, it's the same thing as if you had a bunch of empties you normally take back to the liquor store, you're not gonna take them back to the
Okay,
liquor
but,
store that
but
day. or
this
beer
is,
store,
I'm
right?
sorry, but this is a very, in my mind, a very key.
It
point.
is, no, it is.
Because we've been
right.
talking about 7 days a week, 24 hours a day,
Yeah,
and now we all of a sudden, it isn't seven
Yeah,
days a
it's-
week, 24 hours a day.
It's not-
This is important.
it's not gonna be 24 hours a day,
No.
because if
Okay.
you have, first of all, we couldn't afford the district staff 24 hours a day, but more importantly, if you have marina staff that have been trained and certified by MECP to do the job, they're gonna be working their marina hours. When their shift is over, or their stage shifting is over,
Right.
and the marina is closed down for the night,
That's it.
Yeah.
the waste is closed.
So
Gates are locked.
isn't that model significantly better than anything else that we've been talking about?
it is and it isn't. We still risk what's happened at Gibson Lake is people dumping garbage.
However,
Well,
one of the things that we have learned in this big picture of things is customers of a marina are, they're not real family, but they are more of a family structure
Yep.
because of their reliance on the marina operator. And with cameras, if the marina operator sees that you've dropped garbage and outside the gate, so to speak, you know, you're gonna lose your slip at that marina.
You need it.
And that's serious.
You
Well,
need,
it's very serious.
you need that marina.
Agreed, I'm not arguing, I'm just
No
trying to,
extra slip.
coming up with like, the other issue is, and I'll go back to what I see at Village Marina, is commercial dumping.
Yes.
And so if you, again, it's after hours. So, I mean, cameras are important, but so basically, we're talking about the requirement for cameras to be in place. Because that's the only way that the marina would be able to monitor after hours activity.
If it's fenced and gated.
Yep.
And the only people that have the ability to get through the gate are these 2 or 3 trained people from the marina.
That takes care of that.
That solves that problem. And if it's an after-hour thing and people are leaving stuff
Yeah.
there, then the cameras and, Kristen's,
So that's another, so it's just a note from an overview. It's something else that marinas are gonna need to have in place
yes,
in order for this to work.
Yep.
So
Well,
what's
like
in
I
it?
said,
What's in it for them?
money.
Money.
How do
So it's
they-
an income
Okay,
stream.
so if we take what we're doing today and we drop it back to the 2 transfer sites,
Yeah.
then my taxes for waste are gonna go in half.
Yeah.
And so if I have $1 million cottage and I'm paying $600 a year today for waste, and it gets dropped in half, then that's 300. And if, as Brian's example, it costs one of the marinas $50 a slip. I think it's more like 100 or 150, but they're gonna make $150 to $200 or more per slip of profit after paying for the lift company to take the lift.
So who will pay it?
So-
Me, the cottage owner,
Yeah.
in my billing for my slip, has a surcharge for garbage
Pay more.
from the
Yes.
marina.
Okay.
So I get a billing every year for like winter storage, dockage, in and out, that type of
Waste,
thing.
not
And then
offshore.
waste would be on there as well.
Yeah, everybody pay.
Yes,
Every
a
slip.
user pay process.
Couldn't that? I was thinking we could translate that to all slips, including the yachting havens.
Well, yeah. Well, we already
Somehow,
talked
some way.
about
I know
that.
we have, yeah. I'm just trying to figure out how we do that. But anyway, yeah, that's,
But the yachting havens already charge their customers.
they do, yeah.
And district doesn't take that garbage away, so district, we don't have a taxpayer expense at the yacht haven.
Yeah, which
Well,
brings
we
back
do.
that other
Except for
argument.
a few of them.
Friends.
I mean, it brings back that other argument is,
Whatever, lagoon or whatever the heck it's called,
but that's something we should be taking to the MOECP is why
Yeah,
do
why?
yachting havens have a different model for doing this than our other
That-
areas?
Pivots on what the mayor has been talking
Yeah.
about, which is on a parallel basis, we need to be gung ho. In fact, I'm just gonna speak for 1 second about the floating cottage thing, because they are driving people to contact their NPPs.
Yeah.
And so what we may need to do in our township is we may need to have a lobby effort to get all of our residents in our township to talk to their NPPs, to tell them how broken this MECP model is, where we are being punished and nobody else is being punished. And we need to do things differently.
Braden Smith.
Well, it's the MECP minister, not the MMO.
No, but
These are local.
But you could use a government relations firm for this. I'd rather
Yeah.
you
And you
should
mean
do that.
a lobbyist?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Municipalities are doing it more often these days.
I know.
The county we had their gravel pits were
Yeah.
not paying nearly what they should be paying. When we brought in a lobbyist and got significant traction on this.
Oh, we did, okay, well,
Sussex, we brought Sussex Creek. in.
I bet you Christian knows a lobbyist.
But going back to my other question though,
Yeah.
like you said sort of yes, sort of no, but I didn't really get into sort of no. And if you had an option that laid out the changes to the bin sites, that added a bunch of the things that we talked about, even with the reduced hours, is that not still the best option that we talked about? And
Unfortunately, it is.
like, I can't hear anything, I haven't heard anything else that comes close to that level of service.
No. No, I think in a manner of speaking, we've got to prepare our constituents, a number of us do particularly, that one way or another, their service, garbage service, there's gonna be a reduction.
Well, unless you have curbside, you're gonna get.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
I mean, if you do stuff like you do whatever you can to roll out curbside as much as possible.
Yeah.
You start to communicate what you have in the 2 transfer sites. Like there's a number of things here, right, that you can build, but again, part of it is education and communication back to lower expectations, but like, is that not the first path that you have to take, is like, will this work, and can you get in front of MECP and with or without the district and say, if this is in place, and maybe you bring some marinas who are
Yeah,
favorable
favorable to it.
to the meeting, or at least have something from them.
Yeah.
That says we find this a viable option for us.
Right.
Mhm.
So you're not speaking for the Marines, and isn't that kind of your first move?
So just to
Yep.
close some of that loop, the marine operator Nautilus has already agreed that they would consider this as a viable path, based on some of the numbers that I've circulated with them, and so that's one. There are others that 5 years ago didn't want to know. Nautilus didn't want to know 5 years ago, but now I would, based on the pending disaster, I bet you they're going to all change their mind. Secondly, Chris Hyde, who is the director of the branch of MECP at Barrie, has volunteered as of yesterday to come and talk to us directly to talk about this problem.
Oh, well, good. Well, I mentioned it earlier. You should have chimed in.
I think
He was
Yeah.
saving it for the.
Ah, the finale.
Chris has volunteered that for years. But no, I think actually you're hitting on what, and I think what I just heard here, which surprised me a little bit, but I think is very key, is yes, with all the changes going on, however we end up, our service to our residents is going to be less, because they're not going to have 24-hour day, 7-day a week access to a bin with zero controls.
Yeah.
However,
Yeah.
if we can place bins at some of the marinas, then what we're doing is we're providing water access waste disposal opportunity,
Yeah.
which otherwise will not exist.
Yeah.
And I think that is the key that we would have to use to sell to our residents, is that we appreciate that you now have restricted hours and control, because they're right to bag tags and what have you, but you can still dispose of your garbage at your marina
to bring it, so that convenience.
versus having to put it in your car.
And
And
if-
to me, I think they would see, many of our residents.
And
would
there
see
is
that
the
as a huge
conceivable
win.
possibility there'd be a reduction in their taxes. as a
Well,
result.
that's what I was going to say.
Well,
right?
But I wouldn't emphasize that too much, because their taxes may go down, but their marina fees will go up.
Net out.
And then,
But it shouldn't be,
Yeah.
it shouldn't be an additional cost.
But you could say your base tax is going down.
Yeah.
And the rest is based on your usage.
and I think another thing we
That's a
need
good
to
message.
remember is that in the marina circumstance, at least in my case, I'm not gonna be going into the marina other than the marina hours, in other words, when there's staff there, because it's dark. I don't really feel like driving in the dark, especially a long distance.
You can take my garbage and
So one of the other things about this
It doesn't
possible,
matter that much, is what I'm saying, the hours.
this possible marina path, a marina would be incented financially to
Right.
take garbage from people other than their direct customers. So if they know that they're getting, like, let's say that, nominally for their customers it's $10 a bag, but you bring a bag, in and we're open late and you can't get rid of it anywhere else. Hey, I'll take $20 and you can drop your bag off here.
But I think one thing that's very important, will that marina service be provided by district/township? Or will it be provided by private licensed waste operators? Because the reason I say that is, if it's provided by private waste operators, which is our way of getting around some of the MECP rules that we're concerned may restrict our options, then the whole bag take system in a sense goes out the window, unless they're a marina take. It's the marina who will want to control the volumes, not the district or township, because it won't matter to the district or township. Because, and I think that's, like, if we're reducing our taxes, that means that it's a private waste hauler that is taking the bins away from, call it Nautilus for this argument. Is Nautilus gonna demand a bag tag? Or are they gonna have their own
system,
tags with a big N on it?
their own system.
Why would they need a bag tag?
Well,
They would just take all the garbage that comes in from their customers, they would price it based on a model that they can make money on, and it'll keep it simple.
Therefore, our tag system is not gonna be automatically taxed to taxes, it's gonna be all volunteer. I'll buy my tags, because I don't have a slip at a dock.
Right.
Or at a marina, sorry.
Right.
My understanding though is that if if these locations are ECA compliant, the district will still maintain ownership of handling the waste.
But that's where we.
No.
Not necessarily.
No, not necessarily at all.
Because we think that'll be too
Simcoe
expensive.
County could be doing it, and it's
Yeah.
with the distance being so much shorter.
I'm starting to wonder whether we'll be end up paying less if we go to, say, Simcoe County as an example, and it's a shorter haul. Conceivably, our total garbage cost, it could go down.
You don't need to worry about that. You contract with Mid-Ontario
Yeah.
haulage.
Yeah, and
You don't care where the
and their
stuff
cost
goes.
model is, yeah, right, of course.
They're gonna
yeah.
give you a price per
Yeah,
lift.
So we kind of
okay.
going down a hybrid model with
Yeah.
kind of
Yeah.
private management, ECA compliant, but privately managed.
Yeah.
And
For the upgraded
Okay.
service
Yep, yep.
and the base services provided by the district.
Yes.
again, somewhere.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, there's a bunch, like, there's questions here,
yeah,
but they have to be answered. For me, like, this is by far the best solution. And they have to, some questions have to be answered, and if there's no way it's gonna work, or if the ECA is too expensive, then we have to go
It
to the
doesn't-
next phase.
So I'm selfishly laser focused on solving my problem in Honey Harbor. But what we've been talking about doesn't solve
No.
Councillor Pedco's problem. And I think we need to give airtime to understanding that problem a little bit more, because his marinas will not carve out parts of their property for bin sites. They're all on township property off the marina geography. And that presents a new problem, different from what we are trying to solve. And so this may be good for us, but it may not be good for you.
and many of the residents of Go Home Lake don't use either of those marinas.
You kind of have to.
But
You would,
that's not what some of them have told me.
Well, there's a couple of roads in
there's,
there.
there's,
But not-
there's like maybe 20, 30 road cottages that wouldn't use the
Yeah,
marinas,
yeah,
but,
But 450 would.
but 400 would.
Yeah.
400.
Yeah.
Let's say 400 for the sake of argument. So you got 400 people on that, and the lake, that use, there's
Two
some,
marinas.
But it's,
Two marinas.
there's two marinas
Miners
included in
Bay,
it,
Go Home Lake.
and
I thought
it's,
some of these folks
and
are
it's,
just launching
there
their
are currently
own.
2 sites that they have access to, South Gibson Lake
no,
and,
no, there's two on Go Home Lake.
oh, are they, oh, because they're on Go Home Lake
So,
itself,
but
okay.
neither of them are necessarily at the marinas. Like,
Right.
So one is probably
Oh,
400, 500 meters down the road,
right,
and the other one is 50 meters.
and
But
there's
either
no,
way,
there's no monitoring at all.
No. So the district has cameras that don't work, that, are saying you're being monitored, but nobody's being
Lies.
monitored.
So you
So,
need, you need better sites,
You'd
because they're
need,
not supervised.
they're not supervised, so this would become like the Gibson Lake Depot, I'm assuming, but the problem is the hours, like how do you provide, and this is where
I like Christian's idea. That may be a good solution.
Which is the tags?
No,
No,
the
it's
cameras
the camera
and
monitor.
dynamic communications to
Yeah,
I
right.
show up, fine, take a picture of me, okay. Click, you're in, drop your bags off.
And then remote-
But does the MOECP agree with that or not?
I don't know.
Well,
Once
that's
again, no,
part of
no,
the question.
I'm not
If
you,
we get,
I'm
if
saying
we,
we've got
Is it Chris in and we
that's-
can talk to him about it?
yeah, that's part of the bigger question.
Yeah.
So that would fix the hours problem, it would fix the problem at, South Gibson Depot as well.
Yeah.
The other, you can get other technology going, but I think that two-way camera interaction is the most likely thing to solve the problem. You could have somebody, the only problem is if there is an on-site issue that needs, a person to come and deal with
You
it.
deal with it,
What's the,
because you're still gonna get dumping, presumably, even if you have a person on camera, it's only during a specific period of time during the day, right? Same as it would be,
Because that's what, if you look at South Gibson thing and the numbers, they're through the roof, they're wild.
yeah, but the issue is,
So all the people from 6 Mile Lake go to South Gibson. That's
If they
their,
don't go to the marine, because they can't go to the.
well,
Nothing at the
yeah,
marina.
Oh, okay.
and then, so on Go Home though, everybody would stop by one of these two sites, so. It would not make sense if you had a larger site, to use the one at Go Home Lake Marina, because people would be driving up and down these
Yes.
roads
Yeah,
unnecessarily. The one at Miners Bay is closer to a Y that goes to the 400, and it would make more
how close to the
logical.
400 is it?
It's about
Is it close
500.
enough that people can come off the 400?
Yeah.
It's always, but
It always, but all of them are like, so the transfer station up north, the Tower Road.
Tower Road one, yeah.
South Gibson Road is also a kilometer off the highway, like they're all,
Yeah, well, back, I mean,
designed that way.
Baxter Transfer is manned though, so it's on an
yeah,
issue.
those ones are manned, but.
So that goes back to
supervised.
Brian's comment about the 4 additional staff depots, that there's still gonna be a requirement for
Yeah,
that, right?
now,
maybe, but I mean, one of the concerns I have is, I did the pricing, and I know you said only $15 an hour, but you're not gonna get anybody to do, you're not gonna get a commercial guy for less than $25 an hour.
Yeah, exactly.
And,
so probably, well, it's, I guess it's
Probably-
probably coming through a contract.
right, so even if you're paying, the guy might be paid by the contractor 15, but he's gonna charge us 25 or whatever anyways. So that's 25,000 for a summer season alone of 7 days a week, 8 hours a day.
Yeah. and
That's not
I-
a long
I-
enough time.
No, but I would argue midweek between, so there's probably 10 kilometers between South Gibson Road and Go Home Lake Miners Bay.
Okay.
Midweek, if you alternated days, you wouldn't have to have both sites open. Like if it was someone needed to drop off garbage, they could haul it.
Again, are the critical nights there like everywhere else? So,
Yep.
Sunday night, basically?
Holiday Mondays.
Or
South-
holiday or
The
holiday.
South Gibson Lake Road Waste Depot.
Yeah.
Off-season has been open 3 days a week, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
Okay,
That's it. And aside from being closed on Christmas Monday, the complaints from the residents are minimal. They can be exaggerated, but they are minimal because most people have adjusted to the fact that their garbage, they can only get through the gates for these, and it's a total of 20 hours or whatever, when you have, they're relatively short hours when they're open. Most people there, and we're all talking entirely drive-to.
Yeah.
Most people there have adjusted in the off-season. I'm not sure how they've stretched into the full season, but I think
not much-
summer
much-
season
not
is
much
5
more.
days or something instead of 3.
I think it's maybe 4.
4, okay. So, and it's, and I've heard from a number of residents who say they've adjusted.
I've got one person who emails me every 3 weeks to say, have they fixed the hours yet? Because she isn't there on the weekends and they arrive on Mondays and leave on Fridays. So there's no day that works for her. So you're not gonna please everybody, but
would that be again something we were proposing to privately contract out, or would that be a district responsibility? We don't know, right?
I don't know.
Okay.
I just think the marina thing is so easy to fit into a private mode because you're dealing with private people, but if
Yeah.
you're gonna staff a site like that, I don't know where you're gonna get private people.
Right.
I mean, you could maybe get one of the marinas to want to staff it, but then you still have.
There's a significant responsibility plus insurance. I don't know that the Marino's gonna do that. This is on their property.
Beer bins aren't an option.
No, the
No,
volume
volume.
is too big.
Two volume is too.
They
big,
have,
okay.
6 full-size garbage bins in the parking lot, like it's
On each site.
on each side.
So
Yeah.
we're talking 20 odd bins when you include recycling.
I mean, the volume at Go Home Lake is huge.
Yeah, when you got over 450.
Well, yeah, 450
residents.
cottages or whatever the heck it is. That's
I
a
mean,
lot.
you take Go Home Lake by itself
Yeah.
and
20%.
220, 225 metric tons. There's nothing else that comes close. The boat club is the biggest one. Other than that, it's only 150. So it's like,
Yeah.
We're on tonnage basis. So totals for the Honey Harbor area, I show garbage tons 405.
that's pure garbage, as
Yeah.
opposed to total waste.
The total garbage is 544.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think you could do something with extending hours between the two sites, if it was something around Go Home Lake and something at South Gibson Lake Road.
Also,
The problem we have with the district is their model for these sites is stupid expensive. And this, we talked earlier about
Yeah.
no scales and stuff like that. And, if given those sites,
cottages.
maybe they need to migrate from bins to dumpsters. And,
Well, they basically, so what, just pick them up and go when they need to exchange them, but.
like less lifts,
Yeah.
but a
Well,
dumpster with
But they
a,
are only there, right now, when I see them, the problem is the bins are in such bad shape And people don't throw the stuff in the bins, and there's the other stuff that's not, you know.
Do we know what the uptake is on
Mattresses.
food cyclers in the Go Home Lake area?
On what?
What's the food cycler uptake?
I don't think
I
that's
was curious to
stat.
know what the stat or what the logistics are on that.
I mean,
Everybody
tend
I
to
talk
provide-
to, I tell them.
you know, it's interesting, the archipelago, what they do is they put compactors in.
Yeah,
You know, and it's like the transfer station, you've got one compactor for garbage and one compactor for recycling.
Yeah.
I can imagine those two compactors being planted on, Go Home Lake Road at some point, perhaps the
Yeah.
400 side of the Y. And I don't know what the land's properties are, what it's successful, because they don't need it nearly as many lists. And if the compactors are only open, call it 5 days a week, and I'm just making up a number, then any lift that takes place is one of the days they're closed, so it doesn't interfere with people's normal garbage.
They have that up in the color too.
so yeah, I go to the Collingwood dump every once in a while with organics because I on a second, third floor of a condo, so I can't just throw organics off the balcony. And
Oh, your neighbors are complaining about that, aren't they?
Yeah.
but I take my I see they have a full paper compactor there, so you throw all your cardboard and stuff in there, and it just it makes it small.
I mean, one of the things that we talked about is the need for a human to be on site to supervise and manage what's being thrown out. And in one of my conversations with James Steele, he had said that the staff there are trained to not engage with the people who are coming and not to interfere with what they're doing.
No
So
conflicts.
I don't understand how the instructions from the ministry jives with what
That
the
is one of
district.
the issues, because why have they told them not to engage? Because too many residents or dumpers, let me call it that,
Complaint
have
to
been
them.
abusive to these individuals.
You
So
almost-
they just sit in their little booth. You know, in
Excellent
South
question
Gibson
from
Lake
CP.
Road, it's
Well,
inside the cage and.
That's why remote monitoring is better. Remote monitoring is better because then you can talk to somebody without the risk of getting beat up.
Yeah.
And lock the door.
You may get a broken camera. But
So I think that's where I, you know, if I can just bitch for a second,
yeah,
they put all this money into having somebody sit outside the Honey Harbor Waste Depot, who A, has cut down the volume in half, and B, isn't allowed to engage because a few people have abused them.
so what's the cost? Because they gotta have the AC going in that trailer.
Yeah, and they, you know, it's just ridiculous.
It costs us.
Yeah.
They
Are we losing?
bill
the
it straight through.
Are we losing the thread?
Yeah, I think we should call it a day. I think I have enough here to pull some really good stuff together. We had more common ground than I thought we'd have. And so I think I have enough. I'll pull things together. It's gonna be in a lot better state and I'll send it to Greg. But yeah, I think we kind of had really good conversations today and we got some good traction. So yeah, no, I think it's good.
Thank you,
So
Kelly.
thanks for having me here.
Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you for
The adjournment.
facilitating.
Oh, we have to be formal for our clerk to be happy because she is such a clerk.
She's so clerky. That's the newest insult. Or not insult, compliment.
Compliment. I mean,
Was that a Freudian
With-
slip or
with-
what?
Depends on who you're talking to.
should I read it the way it originally wrote, or you
No.
modified?
The modified version, please.
Moved by Council Pedco, not seconded by Bocek, so I'm gonna pick on Jarvis. Moved by the Stevens. Be it resolved, the committee of the whole is now adjourned at, whatever the heck time is.
1:34.
1:34 PM to reconvene on March 5, 2024, or at the call of the chair. All those in favor? And that is carried. 5-0.
See everybody again pretty soon anyway.
And I guess we don't need any other motions or anything like that, do we?
And then